Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024. I'm going early because I want to make sure I can cover the big event tonight, and that is RFK Jr. joining Donald Trump on stage. And I got that queued up and ready to go. So how's everybody doing out there? I am keeping an eye on things and getting that straight. So it's kind of a rolling start here. I'm making sure I have it right there on the stage. See, there it is, right there. It's waiting for us. Let me say hellos real quick. And thank you to each and every one of you in the winner's circle who are reoccurring members. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Your names are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And also thanks to Wilson and Shelly who support recurring memberships over on Rumble. Here comes Donald J. Trump right now. I think.
In my body, it's the most.
Keep it right there. Let's say hello to everybody real quick.
Against all threats and protect
Wolfram, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Thank you for the links. Your wife's Paul, Lips in the house, and hopefully everybody will know that we're live and join us for this great event. And then we'll go right into the show afterwards.
Put America first. You had a prosperity under Trump.
And whenever we don't get you, we'll get to most of it.
Not only did he keep his promise,
We'll get to most of it.
results
We'll do a good show tonight.
We will never give in. We will never give up.
All right, got a little ad running here, which is great. We've seen a lot of it. Let me even go to this view. Oh, there we go. Hey, Daisy, what's up? Welcome to the show.
the support that he has, he's to read that this brick is going to blow up.
Who's watching? Her eyes out. Make sure you support Shelly. Make sure you're subscribed to all of her channels. Of course, I know most of you are. Oops. Oh, that song's so copyrighted. Let me see. Am I getting the best? Here we go. Here he comes. There he goes. The president. Our president. The next to be president. Now, is this going to lag, or is this? Let me see if I can find a better. Make sure I have a backup here. Is anybody got? I don't like that sky. I don't like the way it's skipping like that. Let me see if I can find something better. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm gonna switch. Yeah, here we go. All right, enough of that copyrighted song. Damn it. All right. All right, get rid of that one. And that one is gone. Okay, cool. We're good. Much better picture. I like it much better. All right. As soon as they stop playing that song, we'll be good to go. Okay, the sound is better on this one. Yeah, it's much better. And that's what we do. How's everybody doing out there on X, Rumble, and YouTube? Thank you for being here this evening and joining us for this great event. We're going to talk about this. We're going to see what our RFK Jr. had to say earlier today. We're going to go over the end of the DNC nightmare known as the convention in Chicago, which was just a brainwashing exercise. It really does prove mind control is real. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Well, thank you very much. And a very big hello, Arizona. Hello, Phoenix. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You built our country. 74 days from now. Can you imagine?
74 days. Why is it doing that?
Then we
It might be their feed.
gently move into that beautiful White House and we take over our country and we make it great again.
Right.
We're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we're going to win back our beautiful White
Oh, come
House.
on.
We're going to win it back. We're going to win it back in record force. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know, this is the greatest political movement. It's called Make America Great Again.
Be on the lookout for other streams in case
And
it
it's
skips
right
too much.
now bigger and
Help me
better
out.
and stronger than it ever was
I'm gonna keep looking
before.
too.
You know, we won in 2016 and we did much better in 2020. A lot of people don't understand that, but we understand it. Millions and millions more votes. But those two are nothing like the spirit that we have now. It's amazing. And that's because we've seen how bad government can be. That's why it's
I'm gonna have to skip
combinations of a
again.
lot
I
of
missed.
things. But the job they've done in destroying our country is unbelievable, and people have seen it. And because of that, there's never been anything like this. Right, Carrie? Right? Our movement is not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about patriotism.
Okay, I'm gonna jump
and
to the
common
other feed.
sense. You have a common
Don't go anywhere. I just want to make sure you got the best experience possible. All right, here we go.
patriotism and common sense. You have a common sense with a party of common sense. You say what you want.
Got to
Nice
make
stay
sure. Got to make
conservative,
sure.
but really, with a party of common sense, we want fair elections, free elections. We want strong borders. We want a great military. We want great education. We want a nice home at low interest rates or low taxes and no regulations. That's why we're welcoming support from millions and millions of disaffected Democrats, and they are joining like wildfire. Now, it's a little different than it was. You know, we had somebody, I was up 18 points, and they said, Joe, you can't win. You're getting out of the race. No, I want to go and give it a shot. No, Joe, you're getting out of the race, Joe. And if you don't do it the nice way, we'll do it the tough way, Joe. And he said, okay, and now I have a new opponent. This never happened before. We spent $100 million and a lot of time on defeating him. And as soon as he was gonzo, it all started with the debate. The debate. All that time, all that effort. A friend of mine said, you did a terrible job in the debate. I said, why do you say that? Everybody said I was brilliant. They said, no, you got him out of the race with that debate.
Right? Yeah.
All right.
Terrible.
We have to
Hey,
do
Murph,
what we
what's
have
up?
to do, right? We have to do what we have to do. And now we have somebody that, in theory, should be
Welcome.
easier to beat. In theory, because she's a radical left Marxist, and everybody knows it.
Yep.
But we're welcoming the support from millions of disaffected Democrats, independents, moderates, old-fashioned liberals who still believe in things like, little things like borders. I was there yesterday. That's a scary place. Sir, it's about time that you get out of the sun, sir. We're going to have to get you out of here, sir. Let's get the hell out of here.
Hey, Lex,
She was
what's
the
up?
border czar. She presided over the worst border in history, not American history, world history. Democracy,
World history.
liberty,
Universal
and of course,
history.
always the right of free speech. We don't really have free speech right now. The press, look at all of them. Look at all of them. Look at that. Wow. Man. That's a lot of press. That's a lot of fake news. That's a hell of a lot of fake news.
A lot of fake news.
Gone forever is the old Democratic Party of FDR, JFK, and that's right, even Bill Clinton. Kamala Harris's Democrat Party
it's the
is
same
the
one as
party
Bill
of
Clinton.
free health care for illegal aliens, communist-style price controls, defund the police. All her life, she wants to defund the police. A little while ago, she changed, didn't she, huh? Banning gas-powered cars and sex changes for minor children without parental consent. How about that one? How would you like that? Without parental consent, can you imagine your kid comes home without parental consent? What happened to my baby? What happened? The true divide in American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group, and you know who her group is, and citizens of all political backgrounds who love our country, share traditional American values, the values that you have right here in this great state, and look past our differences to unite around a thing called our great American flag. And we should speak to our great congressmen and congresswomen. They ought to make it illegal to burn the American flag. If you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year, that's all, 1 year. You burn the American flag, because in Chicago at the Democrat deal, they were burning flags all over the place. You burn the American flag. They say it's unconstitutional to do that. I think it's constitutional. You burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. Nobody's going to be burning the American flag anymore. Our opponents worship the deep state. We want to obliterate the deep state. Slight difference. Our opponents, thank you. Our opponents join with warmongers and neocons to wage endless wars, these wars that never end. We don't even know who the hell the country is that we're fighting. We believe that America is strongest when America is at peace. We want peace through strength. That's what we want. Like we had 4 years ago. We didn't have any wars, except we wiped out ISIS very quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years to beat ISIS. I did it in 3 weeks. They support coercive COVID vaccine mandates and want to fire you. If you don't obey, you get fired. We oppose these mandates as a fundamental violation of our God-given rights. We don't want the mandates. We don't want the mandates. They want to arrest their political opponents and silence those who disagree. We reject censorship in all forms, and we believe in freedom, open debate, and fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Our opponents slander us as a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. No, they're a threat to democracy. How many times have you heard, it's a talking point for them, right, Deb? It's a talking point. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. And those guys say it too, because they're the same thing. They're like they're a subsidiary of the Democrat Party. Meanwhile, they rig their primaries. They force out Joe Biden. They force him out of the party. Joe Biden got 14 million votes in an unconstitutional coup, and they appoint a nominee who never got a single vote. And when she ran against this guy, and I'm no fan, he was the worst president in the history of our country. He let in millions and millions of people through her. Let in millions of people would destroy our country. But we're going to get those people out, the people that came in here from jails and prisons and mental institutions. But they threw him out. They ran against each other for the primary, and she never even made it to the first state, the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now she's the one running. It's a little strange, isn't it? You see, that's really a threat to democracy if you get right down to it. Right?
If you get right down to, in our movement,
we know that democracy does not mean rule by the Democrat establishment. It means rule by the American people. Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
All right. Oh.
gotta play the Foo Fighters, man. I can't cut this off. Make lots of noise, everybody. Maybe they won't notice as Foo Fighters playing. You bastard. It's a great song, though. It's a great song. I love this song, actually. Nice. There you go. I'm sure he's feeling good about this right now. I'm sure he's feeling good about this. This is what he's been wanting the whole time, right? Yeah. Nice.
Whoa.
What a Tetris. We should have had him swinging in on a chandelier. That would have been even better.
And he deserves it. He deserves it.
I like it. He's kind of doing the wrestler thing. Just sitting
For
there
the
kind of looking
past
off in the
16
distance.
months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like he had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, you know, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever introduced anybody that got applause like that.
Of course, I've never introduced myself, but you know.
Amazing. It's true. Amazing. Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our
And
food.
fluoride. God,
That's why
damn it.
today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life. So I just want to
like
ask
Bobby, he
Bobby
looks like he's getting ready to
speak for a little while. I'll
jump
stand
in and fight.
aside. I'm going to stand
Let's
aside.
go. He's pretty jacked. He works out a lot.
But I can only tell you, I've known him a long time. We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this, he is a brilliant, I still think of him as young. He's not that young. I always call him young, but he's not that young. But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country as much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA.
Let's go. Let's go.
And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic.
Yeah. About time. Go. Let's go.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food?
Yes, and the water,
And
please.
don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption?
The freaking chemical runoff out of our water.
And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy.
Here we go. Cool Gamer, what's up?
He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease?
And clean water. Get rid of the
And
fluoride.
don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Wow, that was something, huh? That was something. Fantastic guy. You know, he did well,
What's up,
and the
T-Rex?
polls are good and all, but you have to remember we have sort of like a two-party system. It was designed that way, and it's awfully tough. And as well as he did, he'd be at 10 and 15 and 16 points sometimes. That's a lot. That's a lot. But if he were in a regular system, like as a Democrat or perhaps as a Republican, but not against me, of course. But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best, but they said, we can't vote. So with all of those votes he was getting, he has a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence. We're leading now, but I think he's going to have a huge influence on this campaign. Actually, much bigger than you'd see in the polls. And those numbers are big to start off with. But Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people. And all who supported Bobby's campaign, I very simply ask you join us in building this coalition. It's a beautiful coalition in defense of liberty and safety, prosperity and peace. It's going to be an incredible coalition, and the relationship has been so good for so long. I have no doubt it's going to work and work well. But we have to win. We have to take our country away from these people that are going to destroy our country. We won't have a country left. So thank you very much. We need your vote. As you all know, this week the Democrats held their convention. You probably saw it, their party. The media says the big message from their convention was that we need to turn the page from the failures of the last 4 years. Do you believe it? They forgot. They've run it for the last 4 years. She was saying last night, we will stop the abuse. We will stop the high taxes. I said that you could have done it 3.5 years ago. In fact, you could leave that nice auditorium that you're in and go to the White House right now. You want to have a strong border? All you have to do is say to the incredible Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement, close the border now. You don't need bills. I did it. And we had the best border in history. Put up that chart. Put it up. That chart. I love that chart.
He loves this
love
chart.
That chart. Put it up. But
The chart that saved his life. Everybody loves the chart.
I love that chart. Not everybody realizes, but that chart is very meaningful. Even beyond the numbers that are on the chart, it shows the least numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into our country. Again, prisons from mental institutions, terrorists, where the bottom arrow is. But you know what? That chart is meaningful in many ways. Some people understand what I'm talking about. I love you, darling. I love you. I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight, Deb. I'm going to sleep with that chart.
Trump admits to cheating on his wife with a chart.
But
From
isn't
News
that a
11.
beautiful sight? Look at that. Look at that arrow. And then look what happens when that was my last week in office. And look what happens after I left. It's like a rocket ship. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? No vetting, no checking. We have no idea who they are. They just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. They have had calamity and failure, and say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out.
He's fired.
Get out,
He said the
Kamala.
line.
She's the only person ever to get a nomination of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote.
There's your democracy.
Maybe she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades, costing the typical American household $28,000. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation, $28,000. As border czar, she flooded America with savage illegal alien criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and our towns. 3 years ago this week, she was the final vote on the catastrophic Afghanistan withdrawal. And we were withdrawing, but we were going to withdraw with dignity, with grace, and with strength. We would have been out faster, but we were going to keep Bagram. But that was the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific war and humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought a lot of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for the horrible, horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul. And I said, Abdul, you can't kill our people. He was killing our people. I had a strong talk with him. I'm not going to get into it exactly. We went 18 months without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed. And then we had a tremendous election where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored. Like Barack Hussein Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama. Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know, he was nasty. Michelle was nasty. They're all nasty. Nasty people. They were very nasty. I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And of course, last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again. She blamed me for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years. You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything. She said I was involved with something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is. No, they really were nasty. And then they say to me, sir, please stick to policy. Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually, not that much. But I call up my people. I say, they're knocking the hell out of me, and you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal. I have to get personal. They get personal. But I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them. They call me names that are so bad. Our great First Lady says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that. They do. They do. But darling, you're not that way. I said, I know that. And if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night, please never, ever mention look or anything like that. If you ever say, she didn't look really great, that's the end of your political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that. How about her opening where she said, thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner. Is that Sheriff Joe? Oh. That's Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend. You know, Sheriff Joe's looking at these clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions. He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that, right? Is that right, Joe? They had to dress in pink. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't bad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of killers that had to dress. But pink underwear, pink undershirt, and a pink outfit.
What's up, Outpost?
Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in. I think for the 1 year he had one person come in, but they got him. Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Oh, through the whole thing, it's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True. Great going, Joe. And we love your wife. lost his wife a few years ago, and she was a hell of a woman, right, Joe? But she's looking down at you, and she's proud of you. She's saying, you did very well with this group of people. But I've known you for a long time, and there was nobody like him. He understood the border better than anybody, and he ran it fairly. He ran very fair, but he ran it strong, and they respected him. They didn't even try. So thank you very much, Joe. And your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Charlie. What a job he does. I said, Charlie, do me a favor. We got this thing won, but do me a favor, make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that. Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie. We don't need the votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello, Sheriff. How are we doing? How are you guys doing?
Am I seeing things?
Good. Thank
Do
you.
you guys see smoke?
We need
right here?
every sheriff to get over there, every law enforcement official,
Right here.
because we got the votes. We got to make sure everything's on the up and up.
What's that?
Charlie and his team of people. I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of young people. It's
What is
actually
this?
quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors.
All right, now I'm definitely
Unbelievable.
seeing
the
smoke
job
everywhere.
Charlie has done
What the frick's going on?
is incredible. Thank you, Charlie.
Somebody
Thank you,
smoking in
Charlie.
there?
The job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go onto a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you.
Let's go.
Congresswoman.
Let's go, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie. She just won a big election by a massive. Well, you won that election easy, didn't you? She won it pretty easy. Another person who's a friend of mine, he's a warrior for a long time. He's great. He loves his state, loves our country. Andy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, Andy. Thank you. And two other warriors, a young one and a little bit older one, but boy, they are tough. You don't get tougher than Eli Crane and Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar. Great. Thank you, Eli. Great. Great. Beautiful. Great people. And the next congressman from Arizona's 8th district, Abe Hamadeh. Wow. He's gonna be good for a long time. He's a young gentleman. Great, Abe. Great job. Great job. Great heart. He went through a tough one. Arizona GOP chairwoman. She is doing a job. Gina Swoboda. Gina.
There's the
She
smoke.
is doing a job.
I don't know what's going on.
And a very good friend of mine, the next senator from Arizona. I really believe this. Look, she's running against, we don't have to do a big, I was going to bring her up. I was going to say, come on, Carrie, speak. But she just spoke for half an hour. What the hell am I going to do here? But I will tell you, she's running against a guy who's a rubber stamp for, it used to be Biden. Now, who the hell knows? I don't even know. Do we know who it is? Who would, a rubber stamp for somebody? But Ruben Gallejo is horrible. He's an open borders maniac. He's a defund the police maniac. He shouldn't be allowed to even run in this election against her because Carrie Lake is incredible. She's incredible. She's tough. She's smart. She's got heart. And she should be your next senator. I hope you win this sucker because you are winning. You're running against a guy that cannot carry your shoes. I'm being nice. You know the expression, can't carry her shoes. And you're going to have a big victory, and we're going to work together, and we're going to make sure we win this state. I say this presidentially, if we win this state, which we're expected to, we're leading and all of that, we win the presidency, and we have to take Kari Lake with us. Go get him. Go get him, Kari. Go get him, Kari. Very important. And honestly, and forget, we all know Kari. She's been a newscaster for 22 years. Everybody knows her. She's just she's never had a problem. She's solid as a rock. This guy is a freaking loser. He's a loser. So with that, we'll go on. But good luck, Kari. We love you. Special. Since Democrats didn't talk about Kamala's horrendous record last night, we will. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term, I don't know if it's good. Is it good or not? Tell me. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I love these free polls. Instead of spending $250,000 to a pollster that doesn't even poll, you know what they do? They take your money, they say, let's see, all right, 49 to 50. Well, no, it's one of the greatest businesses in history. I get a free poll here. Do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defender of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No. Comrade Kamala Harris. Has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. This is a nation-wrecking. It's an invasion. You know, one of the ways I built hundreds of miles of wall. I was there yesterday. I looked up and down. I said, man, I built a lot of wall. And we could have put up 200 miles more, but they didn't want to do it. And that's when I said, you know, I think they really want open borders. But we built much more wall than I said I was going to build. And you couldn't see the end of it yesterday. You couldn't see the end. We had a news conference, but it's a dangerous area. It's a dangerous area because of her, because of him. But he put her in charge, you know, whether she's borders are. And that's what she was called. Only recently did she say she doesn't have that. But you know what? She has been the worst manager. And the Border Patrol never even saw it. They never even met her. She's in charge of it. They never even met her. And you suffered the price. She's allowed at least 20 million illegal aliens into our country, including millions and millions of unvetted fighting age men from 159 countries. You know, it's no longer just South America. They come from Africa, the Congo. They come from a lot of coming from jails in the Congo. Let me tell you, these people, the nice thing, they make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. That's how tough they are. They come from the Middle East. They come from areas that we're fighting. They come from enemy terrain. They come from all over the world, and they do come from South America, but not only from South America. 159 different countries in the last year, and they're totally unchecked and unvetted. Every single year she's been in office, she has set an all-time high illegal border crossings record, triple and quadruple what the year before, where I'd have like 150,000 and she'd have 2.5 million. What she has done to this country, nobody can tell you. You know, she destroyed San Francisco as the district attorney. She destroyed California. You know that. This is a woman that's going to she destroyed California. She had a policy, if you steal less than $950, you're allowed to keep it. You could go, we're not going to prosecute. So criminals are walking into stores, mean, nasty guys, rough guys, and they take calculators and they calculate. Let's say I want to get up. They walk out, then they walk back in. The whole thing, this is who we're going to have running our country? I don't think so. And nobody lies like her. She's a liar. She makes up crap. She's the one going to raise. You know, she said, Donald Trump is going to raise. You know why? She said I was going to raise it. Because I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country. And that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That's a tax on another country. And I did it with China, and we had no inflation. You know, I had no inflation. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and not one other president took in 10 cents. They were all, oh, China, we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost, and this is impossible to believe. Listen to this, 325,000 migrant children are gone. They're missing. She allowed them to be trafficked into our country. Many of these children are now in sex slavery or they're dead, probably mostly dead. They will never see their homes or their parents again. They were swiped out of their homes. They were taken out of their homes. 300, this is a government number, 325,000 children, sex slaves or they're dead. Many are dead. Hamas has so little respect for Kamala and Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, that the hostages that they're talking about all the time, I believe they're largely gone. I believe they're largely gone. So sad. When you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And the reason they're not negotiating, you know, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those hostages, for the most part, aren't around anymore. And so they said, oh boy, we can't really negotiate because we don't have the hostages. The hostages are largely gone. How sad, how terribly sad. If they feared and respected Joe Biden and Kamala, they would never have killed those hostages. They would have never attacked. They would never have attacked when I was president. Iran was broke. Iran was broke. I told China, if you spend any money on buying oil from Iran, you'll never do
Heidi.
business in the United
How's it going?
States again. And we're going to put a 200% tariff on you. And Iran was broke, and they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. You can check your numbers. Look at it. When my last year, they had no money. We had no terrorism. You know, for 4 years, I didn't have any terrorism. Do you notice that? None. And when they asked Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, very strong guy, what is the reason that things are so bad now? The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's blowing up with Ukraine. There's wars starting all over the place. Looks like bad things could happen in Taiwan with China. What's the reason? He says, you got to get Donald Trump back as president. You won't have any problems. That's what he said. It's true. It's true. They respected your country. They respected your leader, but they respected our country. Now they laugh at our country. Our country has become a joke. She's provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States and is importing MS-13 gang members, known as the most violent gang of them all, into our cities and into our high school. Think of it, they're coming into our high schools. Kamala has set loose thousands of Venezuelan gang members who, according to law enforcement bulletins, have been given a license to shoot American police officers. You know that, right? Under Harris, ICE deportations are at the lowest level in history, the history of our country. She supports deadly sanctuary cities. Now, of course, she's flip-flopping on everything. You do know that, right? You know that, Joe? She's flip-flopping on everything. Debbie, right? She's a flip-flopper. Andy, she's a flip-flopper. She flip-flops on everything because she was polled. She said she didn't do too well. That's probably why she was the first out of 22 people. I can't get over it. She was the first failure. And now she's running. Oh, we're going to beat her. I look forward to the debate, too. I do look forward to the debate. Look forward to it. She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tough as hell. You need tough people. She's compared ICE agents to the KKK. She wants to repeal the federal law that makes illegal immigration a crime, making illegal immigration totally legal. It's okay to come into our country. She wants to release all of the thousands of criminal illegal aliens that are locked up in detention centers, and these are the toughest of them all. She wants to release them into our country. We have detention centers for the toughest of them all. She says, we're going to release them. Now, maybe they'll ask her tonight, oh, no, I would never do that. She might change. She's changing and everything. But don't forget, if the election ever went haywire, if they can find a way to cheat enough and she wins, in quote, she wins, she's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania. I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania. 500,000 jobs are involved with fracking, and a huge amount of their budget, everything's involved with fracking, and she's against it. In her speech last night, she lied about almost everything. She lied when she said, I was going to raise taxes. No, I'm lowering taxes. She's the one. She lied and said that, oh, this is the best. I'm going to be the one, and I was already there. I didn't touch your Social Security, and a lot of Democrats wanted me to. She lied when she said that I want to cut Social Security and Medicare. No, she wants to cut it because she wants to have the illegal immigrants coming into our country to go on Social Security and Medicare, which will destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's Kamala Harris who cast a tie-breaking vote to cut Medicare by $266 billion. She cut your Medicare, remember this, by $266 billion, and then promised mass amnesty last night to 20 million illegal aliens and make them American citizens, which will absolutely obliterate your Social
what's up? How you
Security and your
doing?
Medicare, ultimately leaving those programs bankrupt and our seniors desperate and poor.
Welcome to the
And
show.
remember, when you talk about all of those hundreds of billions of dollars, you know what she's putting that money into? The Green New Scam. She took it out of your Medicare. She's this. The border was safe. She started choking. Horrible.
Sorry, YouTube is trying to give me a
Yeah,
hard
the
time. I had to switch.
Disinformation, they lie. They keep saying the same untruth over and over again. And you know, you're not like in my business. You're not in this political business like these people. You're in other things. You're lawyers and you're carpenters and you're electricians and you're drivers and you're doing a lot of things. By the way, no tax on tips. Remember that? No tax on tips. No tax on tips. She tried that one, and yet in Congress right now they have bills to destroy people that don't. Do you see what's going on? It'll never happen with her. It's guaranteed to happen with me. No tax on tips. But actually, it's the most dangerous and unsafe border anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like it. No country ever. If a country had a border like that, they would fight with sticks and stones if they had to keep the people out. She believes that if you say things enough
trying to do
over
it to
and
me
over
again.
again,
Sorry,
even
I'm
if
watching-
they're stone cold lies, like
I'm
Project
watching Rumble.
25, Project
Can't give me a hard time.
25, he believes in, I don't even know what the hell it is. I know it's a group of people that got together and They're slightly on the conservative side. And it's unbelievable what they do. It's really unbelievable. She would destroy our country if she was ever elected. Our country will go down the tubes. We'll be in a depression like 1929. We will not have a country any longer. Yesterday, I was at the border with the victims of Kamala's migrant crime wave. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know about. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom of 5 absolutely incredible children, beautiful woman. Last summer, Rachel was out on a run when she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris. Let her in. Said, let her in. The animal who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across the open border. Just walked right in, no problem. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in cold blood. Michael, I promise you, in Rachel's memory, we will stop this invasion and we will keep these savage criminals the hell out of our country. Thank you, Michael. Please. Thank you. So sorry, Michael. So sorry. Say hello to your parents and everybody, okay? Thank you. So horrible. We are so sorry, Michael. Thank you for being here. According to her own administration statistics on crime victims, Kamala Harris has presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are government numbers, by the way, including 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and 56% increase in robbery. During the riots of 2020, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, and arsonists and killers. People died, including Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso. And Kamala let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago, maybe the greatest city in the world. Today, it's unlivable. She ignored the pleas of victims' family. Please, please let us do, please don't do this to us. And refused to seek the death penalty against an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, one of the worst murderers they've seen in years, who murdered an innocent man and his 2 sons and didn't even remember he did it. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris destroyed single-handedly, with some help from the worst governor in our nation, Gavin Newsom, both San Francisco and California itself. He's a terrible governor. What a governor. For years, but you know, she might have picked a worse one. If you look at the numbers in Minnesota, we hope we're going to win Minnesota. You know, it hasn't been won since 1972, Richard Nixon. But we're doing well there too, but the governor is horrible. You know what he did? He approved a bill to give tampons in every young man's bathroom. Right? Think of that. This is what we have. This is our
YouTube keeps trying to give me alerts about this stream. I'm like, it's wrong.
Tampons in boys' bathrooms. For years, Kamala Harris has pushed legislation to strip police officers of protection, trying to bankrupt them and ruin their lives for doing their jobs. No protection, no immunity, no nothing. She even endorsed defund the police. I will never defund the police. I will only fund the police and fund them with plenty of money and pride. I will always back our law enforcement heroes in blue. We are pleased to be joined tonight by the president of the Arizona Police Association, Justin Harris. Oh, no, he's not a relation. Justin, are you a relation? Last name is Harris, spelled the same. I'm very concerned about this. I'm not really.
Thank you, Zach, for this.
But Justin
Y'all are super
Harris
chat.
is
I
a
will
great
thank you
gentleman who
properly at
has
the end of
a
the speech.
special announcement. Justin, would
Thank
you
you.
please come up? Thank you. It's an interest. I'm not worried about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm a little concerned about that illegal immigration chart you put up there. Was that a spike in immigration or the inflation?
Sort of both.
Kind of both, right? Wonderful job those Democrats are doing. My name is Justin Harris. I'm a veteran police sergeant here in Arizona with 25 years of experience in service. And I also have the privilege and the honor to serve as the state president of the Arizona Police Officers Association. The Arizona Police Officers Association is the largest law enforcement association in the state of Arizona, and we represent over 12,000 law enforcement professionals, the men and women that currently serve in our communities each and every day at the local, county, state, and federal law enforcement levels. We cover the entire state. And on behalf of the Arizona Police Association, we are proud to welcome President Trump to the great state of Arizona. And to the
Yeah, YouTube
wonderful
keeps
city
trying
of
to mess
Glendale,
with
home of Luke Air Force
the
Base.
stream, but so far so good. Even though I'm broadcasting from Rumble.
Folks, these men and women in Luke fly those beautiful F-16 Fighting Falcons of the 309th Fighter Squadron and those beautiful, beautiful F-35 Lightnings. Nothing like hearing those jets flying overhead, which that's the sound of freedom and American ingenuity.
I grew up with those jets flying overhead. I remember them well.
Also a special thank you to the Glendale Mayor, Jerry Wires, and the entire City Council for their unwavering support and advocacy for our police officers, active duty military, and our veterans. You're not going to find stronger advocates for our military, our veterans, and our police officers anywhere in the world other than Glendale. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yeah, they're being silly. They think they're smart, but they're not. They just keep
I
giving
want
me
to give a
warnings. They're
special
not doing
thanks
anything.
to the men and women of the Glendale Police Department, the best
it's a
and most
glitch in their
professional
system.
police department in the country. Okay, thank you. With a special thanks to Police Chief Chris Briggs and the other 8 West Valley Coalition departments that allowed us to use their law enforcement officers here today to keep us all safe. Thank you, gentlemen and women. Law enforcement today is perhaps the most complex occupation on earth. It's an honorable profession of service and commitment to others, those who step in the gap between good and evil and to protect our communities, and we do so knowing the risk. Officers are required to make split-second decisions under the most uncontrolled, chaotic, and stressful situations, often at great risk to their own personal safety. Given the literally millions of contacts between officers and the communities annually, with a few exceptions, officers make those decisions correctly as trained and in accordance with the law. But high profile does not mean high frequency. Currently, in this day and age of instant information, social media, and videos, there's an unrealistic expectation of absolute perfection. It is not possible to be perfect every time because we hire from the human race. People are not perfect. Good people can make mistakes. However, the constant orchestrated villainization of police officers has eroded the public's trust. It has encouraged an air of obstinance, disrespect, and assaultive attitudes and behavior towards police officers. What was that name we called her? Was that Comrade Kamala? Was that what it was?
Yeah. Comrade Kamala.
Kamala, comrade. Well, what we do know is she supported defunding the police, and the best term is they wanted to reimagine policing. I don't know what that means. She is part of the radicalized movement to degrade public safety and make our communities less safe.
AKA
In contrast,
Marxism.
under President Trump's first term in office, he always had our backs. Thank you for that. He never rushed to judgment, and he never, ever in a lifetime called to defund the police, ever. And we owe him a debt of gratitude for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's also forget when President Donald Trump was president, he closed the borders and locked the door. Border czar Kamala Harris opened the door and let everybody in. Border czar Kamala Harris is allowing millions of illegal immigrants into this country, turning each and every state into a border state and flooding American streets with drugs and crime. The Democrats haven't quite figured this out yet, but it's not rocket science. But open borders equals more crime.
They know it.
Close the border.
And they're doing it on purpose. I'm tired of playing around about that. It's intentional.
And my gut tells me that there's a gentleman standing up here on stage today that's going to do exactly that. President Donald Trump has in the past and will again make America great again by tackling lawlessness head on. Ceasing the endless flow of illegal immigrants across our southern border and ensuring that police departments across the country have the funding, the training, and equipment necessary to do our jobs. And he's not going to reimagine us doing that. President Trump will stop the multi-million-dollar illicit trade that occurs each and every day at the border. Thanks to Comrade Kamala, with these open borders, the only group that she's enriched is the Mexican cartels, which have expanded over 160 countries across the world. They've done this by using human beings and human trafficking and treating them like dogs. The flow of illegal drugs in this country is unmatched in history. And they also have illegal vaping devices that are harming our communities and killing our kids, all being imported from China through the cartels.
What's that?
This has to stop.
What's that? Illegal vaping device?
Kamala Harris, as border czar, deliberately obliterated the U.S. border to flood the country with illegals. They canceled the wall. They implemented catch and release and terminated Remain in Mexico and effectively shut down ICE, pulling those agents off of the front line, putting them in administrative duties to do paperwork and change diapers. Meanwhile, the front door of our country is wide open. President Trump will
just
stop
ignore
this.
that. We'll just ignore that.
I've got a serious question. Has the border czar, Kamala, even toured the southern border?
No.
Didn't think so. Has President Donald Trump toured the border? Yes, he has.
Many times.
And I
And
heard
JD
the
Vance.
cartels went running. On average, there's over 5,000 illegal immigrants are being released into the country every day. Our country. We don't know who they are, don't know where they came from. We can't even account for them. For 38 straight months, the monthly border encounters have been higher than even the highest month seen under the Trump administration. You can't tell me this isn't being done deliberately, because it is. In 2023 alone, more than 900,000 illegal immigrants were released into the interior of the U.S., unaccounted for, waiting for court dates, and nobody knows where they're at. That's the entire city of Mesa flowing into our countries, and that's the only ones we know about. Illegal drugs are flowing into this country at an alarming rate, with only 5% being intercepted at the border. Okay. You got it. Folks, let me finish up here, please. This country, our family, our communities, and everything that each of us holds dear and near to our hearts cannot endure another 4 years of a clueless president that cares more about the color of her curtains than the safety and prosperity of our great country and its people. It is clear who supports law enforcement, law and order, and that's President Trump. His unwavering shown commitment to the rule of law of the men and women, place their lives on the line every day. So if you support national security and want to secure our borders, vote Trump. If you support law enforcement and safe communities, vote Trump.
Oh, he's doing the Vivek thing.
If you support getting our country back on track and making America great again, vote Donald J. Trump for president.
Yeah. We want to restore our national identity.
And this is why the
Vote
Arizona
Trump.
Police Association and our 12,000 members, family, and friends are proud to extend our endorsement to Donald J. Trump for president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless.
Good job. Next time, practice. All right.
Thank you very much. Wow, that's a great endorsement. Means a lot. So just in closing, I want to say that from the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden, crooked is a $4 bill, used to say $3 bill, now we say $4 bill. I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion of our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than President Dwight D. Eisenhower in the 1950s, who was a big believer in borders. We will defeat inflation and we will make America affordable again. You're going to have an affordable country again. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. It won't even be close. Remember, as I always say, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia, and we will use it to reduce taxes and energy costs for our people. We will reduce your energy bills in 1 year by more than 50%. That's
that
here,
would be awesome.
and that's everywhere in the country.
Let's go. Let's go.
And that includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline for your car. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower more than it has ever been, ever before. We will bring back jobs to America. We will no longer allow foreign countries to take our jobs and to steal our wealth. We will make our own products and we will buy far less from foreign countries than we are buying right now. We're going to make it here.
Let's go.
Other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax when they send their product into the United States. It'll be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. And if China or any other country charges us a 100% tax or tariff, then we will charge them a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200%. In the words of a great president, William McKinley, the protective tariff policy of the Republicans has made the lives of our countrymen sweeter, brighter, and it's the best our citizenship and our civilization can ever have. better destiny for our people. We ought to take care of our own nation, and we have to take care of our industries first. We have to take care of our country first. It's about time, and it's going to happen starting on January 20th of next year. I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers all over our country, including in Michigan and South Carolina. United Auto Workers, you're going to vote for Trump because I'm going to bring you back more auto production than you've ever seen in this country before. I will end the ridiculous electric vehicle mandate, cut every job-killing regulation of the Harris-Biden administration, and make our auto manufacturing business bigger, better, and stronger than it has ever been before. And if you relied on Kamala, there would be no auto industry. Within 3 years, you'll never make another car. When I am back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for our workers, and there will be, as I said, no tax on tips. And that means if you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, hospitality worker, caddy, barber, mover, driver, or anyone else who relies on tip income, your tips will be 100% yours to keep. You will no longer be harassed by your government. And I will fight for and protect your Social Security and your Medicare with no cuts and no changes in age. We're not going to move it up. They want to move it up 5 years. We're not doing it. Darling,
Hello?
when do we get our
There you go.
Social Security? Well, they just moved it up 5 years. You're not going to happen with me. It's going to happen with them. They're going to destroy your Social Security. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for seniors.
All right. Everybody here's happy to hear that. Let's go. We can hang on to it, right? Long enough.
Destroyed our seniors and everyone else with their horrible inflation. And then they give you small dollars with Social Security and they want you to pay tax. I don't know. We don't need it. We can do it. We have so much else, including that liquid gold. Oh, we're going to go hunting for liquid gold. We will cut wasteful and unnecessary spending, and we will terminate the Green New Scam and spend that money on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt. No fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation with no benefit whatsoever to our population. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and we will restore peace through strike, and it will happen quickly. I will have that war ended before I go to the White House on January 20th. I will have the war in Ukraine ended as president-elect. And we will end the weaponization of government against the American people, including myself, by the way. They've weaponized the government against the political opponent. Can you imagine? But you just saw we won the big case down in Florida. Everyone said, oh, they weaponized it. They got their Justice Department to go after their political opponent, but they're not doing well. I'm the only one that ever happened to where my numbers went up. What do you think about that, Mr. Congressman? I don't think it's ever happened. They go after me and my numbers go up. Somebody's got to explain this. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful once again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency because right now it is under siege.
Yeah, we don't want to not be the world reserve currency.
And this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest costs, low inflation. And that's for everyone. We're talking about everyone. We want to make sure everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our great police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we're going to restore. Those people don't allow it. The fake news doesn't allow it. We will restore free speech in our country, and we will secure our elections, Mr. Congressman. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a new name. We must stop her.
It's coming.
Country destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to put an end to it. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get out to vote. We want a landslide that is too big, too rigged, too big, too rigged. Right? Right, Deb? On November 5th, we will save our country. We will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country.
Yeah.
And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again, so strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again.
I don't know why it's so damn laggy.
We will make America great again.
Woo. All right, we did it.
God bless
Cross
you
the
all.
finish line there.
God bless you.
There we
Thank
go.
you very much. Thank you, Arizona. God bless you all.
All right, here we go. Skippy McGee here. Frickin' Rumble, come on, dude. All right, I'm done. I'm done with that. Skippy. Hold on. Wait. You gotta see the dance. Gotta see the dance. This should be his song.
Well, it was Christmas Eve in the countryside. Snowflakes falling and reindeer outside.
Ellie, what's up?
Mama got a little too merry, had a glass or two. Picked up the phone and dialed her own number.
Yeah, but I'm getting ready to play his speech from earlier. So
Mama dialed
if you didn't see that, got that
didn't
for
know
you.
what she'd done. Thought she was calling Santa, was just having some fun. She said, "Hey, it's Mrs. Claus, bring me some rum." Well, Mama dialed herself, ain't that something? Oh, oh, oh.
All right, there we go. Enough of Skippy McGee over here. Man, just trying to put on a show. That's all we're doing. Hey, but stick around because we got plenty more improv to start tonight. But we got plenty more coming up. We got our winning 2024 updates and July 13th updates at the end here. But first of all, the big news of the day, of course, is that RFK Jr. has left the presidential campaign and has endorsed President Trump Trump and is joining MAGA for everything I see is joining MAGA. Just I'm gonna cut that dang skipping ass feed off right now. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's pull this up here. What? That somehow screwed us up. No, got it. I got it. All right. Yes, and I skipped to the. It's a little bit of a long speech, but we're gonna speed it up a little bit. Let's check it out. The speed here. Okay. Now the reason why, if you haven't seen the RFK speech, how many people actually saw it? Let me just take a poll in the crowd real quick. Did you guys see this? Because if everybody here has already seen it, I'm okay with skipping it. But if some people haven't seen it yet, I want to play it for you because I didn't watch the whole thing. It's about. I'll watch it again. Okay, watch it again. Okay. Oh, by the way, speaking of Zach, thank you for the super chat. Oh my! All right, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, Zach. Hopefully, you're still here to see the dancing. All right. Oh, there you go. Good. I'm glad you got to see it. Awesome. Thank you for that. Let's see. Okay. So if see it was worth the wait. Yeah, exactly. It's always worth the wait. Daisy's seen it. Chili's willing to watch it again. Anybody not seen it already? This is what it looks like. Looks something like that. I skipped ahead to the part where he talks. So, anyways, if not, I could jump right into the news, but I need some feedback from you guys. So if I don't get feedback, I just do what I want. Tick tock. Wolfram, have you seen it? Murph, have you seen it? T-Rex, have you seen it? Suzanne, have you seen it? Daisy said he's seen it. I'll post has not seen it yet. Okay. I missed it. He was picking up his niece at the bus stop. Well, I didn't need too much information, man. All right. Lex saw it. It was great. No, okay, Wolf. Okay, so we're playing it. We're gonna do it. Wolfram hasn't seen it. Least I could do is play it for him. There we go. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit so it'll go by faster.
2023, I launched my campaign for president of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party.
Oh, by the way, before we get started, I just want to say he dropped some major bombs in this, and he really does stick it to the DNC. I mean, when you think about a Kennedy coming out and unveiling the corruption in the DNC, it's a major thing. I mean, if anybody can get out there and do it, a relative of a president who was in office as a Democrat president and who was assassinated carries a lot of weight, especially at the treatment he's gotten from that very same party.
Which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars.
They did.
We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment.
I mean, that's a nice thought from a child's point of view when your entire family has told you this growing up. However, I tend to go back a little further in history when it comes to the Democratic Party, like back to the Civil War era, and all the shenanigans. I think they've always been the subversive establishment home base in our country. I've never seen a time when they've, been this great champion of freedom and constitutionality. And I just, but that's okay. That's okay. Because, hey, it doesn't matter what you thought they were supposed to be. It matters that they, you come around to seeing what they are today, what they are. And whether you think that was always the case or you just think it's recent, I don't care. We're on the same team now. So let's go.
Our party was a bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal
and Big Mama,
the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, to take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money, and senior citizens gave up part of their Social Security checks. Our 50-state organization collected those millions of signatures and more. No presidential campaign in American political history has ever done that. And so I want to thank all of those dedicated volunteers and congratulate the campaign staff who coordinated this enormous logistical feat. Your accomplishments were regarded as impossible. You carried me up that glass mountain. You pulled off a miracle. You achieved what all the pundits said could never be done. You have my deepest gratitude, and I'm never going to forget that, not just for what you did for my campaign, but for the sacrifices you made because you love our country. You showed everyone that democracy is still possible here. It continues to survive in the press and in the idealistic human energies that still thrive beneath a canvas of neglect and of official and institutional corruption. Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. Now, in an honest system, I believe that I would have won the election. In a system the kind that my father and my uncles thrived in, a system with open debates, with fair primaries, with regularly scheduled debates, with fair primaries, and with a truly independent media untainted by government propaganda and censorship. In a system of nonpartisan courts and election boards, everything would be different. After all, the polls consistently showed me beating each of the other candidates, both in favorability and also in head-to-head matchups. But I'm sorry to say that while democracy may still be alive at the grassroots, it has become little more than a slogan for our political institutions, for our media, and for our government, and most sadly at all for me, the Democratic Party. In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth. The DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself. Each time that our volunteers turned in those towering boxes of signatures needed to get on the ballot, The DNC dragged us into court, state after state, attempting to erase their work and to subvert the will of the voters who had signed those petitions. It deployed DNC-aligned judges to throw me and other candidates off the ballot and to throw President Trump in jail. It ran a sham primary that was rigged to prevent any serious challenge to President Biden. Then, when a predictably bungled debate performance precipitated the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days. This is profoundly undemocratic. How are people to choose when they don't know whom they are choosing? And how can this look to the rest of the world? My father and my uncle were always conscious of America's image abroad because of our nation's role as the template for democracy, the role model for democratic processes, and the leader of the free world. Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Oh, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days. I do interviews every day. Many of you have interviewed me. Anybody who asks gets to interview me. Some days I do as many as 10. President Trump, who actually was nominated and won an election, also does interviews daily. How did the Democratic Party choose a candidate that has never done an interview or debate during the entire election cycle? We know the answers. They did it by weaponizing the government agencies. They did it by abandoning democracy. They did it by suing the opposition and by disenfranchising American voters. What most alarms me isn't how the Democratic Party conducts its internal affairs or runs its candidates. What alarms me is the resort to censorship and media control and the weaponization of the federal agencies. When a US president colludes with or outright coerces media companies to censor political speech, it's an attack on our most sacred right of free expression. And that's the very right upon which all of our other constitutional rights rest. President Biden mocked Vladimir Putin's 88% landslide in the Russian elections, observing that Putin and his party controlled the Russian press and that Putin prevented serious opponents from appearing on the ballot. But here in America, the DNC also prevented opponents from appearing on the ballot. And our television networks exposed themselves as Democratic Party organs over the course of more than a year in a campaign where my poll numbers reached at times in the high 20s. The DNC-aligned mainstream media networks maintain a near perfect embargo on interviews with me. During his 10-month presidential campaign in 1992, Ross Perot gave 34 interviews on mainstream networks.
Yeah, Ross.
In contrast, during the 16 months since I declared, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and CNN combined gave only 2 live interviews from me. Those networks instead ran a continuous deluge of hit pieces with inaccurate, often vile, pejoratives and defamatory smears. Some of those same networks and colluded with the DNC to keep me off the debate stage. Representatives of those networks are in this room right now, and I'll just take a moment to ask you to consider the many ways that your institutions have abdicated this really sacred responsibility, the duty of a free press to safeguard democracy and to challenge always the party in power. Instead of maintaining that posture of fear, skepticism toward authority, your institutions have made themselves government mouthpieces and stenographers for the organs of power. You didn't alone cause the devolution of American democracy, but you could have prevented it. The Democratic Party's censorship of social media was even more of a naked exercise of executive power. This week, a federal judge, Terry Doty, upheld my injunction against President Biden, calling the White House's censorship project, quote, the most egregious violation of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. Doty's previous 155-page decision details how just 37 hours after he took the oath
they did
of
the same
office,
thing to Ron Paul, by the
swearing to
way.
uphold the Constitution, President Biden and his White House opened up a portal and then invited the CIA, the FBI, CISA, which is a censorship agency, it's the center of the censorship industrial complex, DHS, the IRS, and other agencies to censor me and other political dissidents on social media. Even today, users who try to post my campaign videos to Facebook or YouTube get messages that this content violates community standards. 2 days after Judge Doty rendered his decision this week, Facebook was still attaching warning labels to an online petition calling on ABC to include me in the upcoming debate. They said that violates community standards, their community standards. The mainstream media was once the guardian of the First Amendment and democratic principles, and has joined this systemic attack on democracy. It also, the media justifies their censorship on the grounds of combating misinformation, but governments and oppressors don't censor lies. They don't fear lies. They fear the truth, and that's what they censor. And I don't want any of this to sound like a personal complaint, because it's not. For me, it's all part of a journey, and it's a journey that I signed up with. But I need to make these observations because I think they're critical for us doing the thing that we need to do as citizens in a democracy to assess where we are in this country and what our democracy still looks like, and the assumptions about US leadership around the globe. And are we living up? Are we really still a role model for democracy in this country? Or have we made it, a kind of a joke? And here's the good news. While mainstream outlets denied me a critical platform, they didn't shut down my ideas, which have especially flourished among young voters and independent voters, thanks to the alternative media. Many months ago, I promised the American people that I would withdraw from the race if I became a spoiler. A spoiler is someone who will alter the outcome of the election but has no chance of winning. In my heart, I no longer believe that I have a realistic path to electoral victory in the face of this relentless systematic censorship and media control. So I cannot in good conscience ask my staff and volunteers to keep working their long hours or ask my donors to keep giving when I cannot honestly tell them that I have a real path to the White House. Furthermore, our polling consistently showed that by staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely hand the election over to the Democrats with whom I disagree on the most existential issues: censorship, war, and chronic disease. Oh, I want everyone to know that I am not terminating my campaign. I am simply suspending it and not ending it. My name, my name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me. And if enough of you do vote for me, and neither of the major party candidates win 270 votes, which is quite possible. In fact, today our polling shows them tying at 269 to 269. And I could conceivably still end up in the White House in a contingent election. But in about 10 battleground states where my presence would be a spoiler, I'm going to remove my name. And I've already started that process and urge voters not to vote for me. It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activities. Not only did we do the impossible by collecting 1 million signatures, we changed the national political conversation forever. Chronic disease, free speech, government corruption, breaking our addiction to war have moved to the center of politics. I can say to all who have worked so hard the last year and a half, thank you for a job well done. 3 great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, a war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war. The military industrial complex has provided us with a familiar comic book justification, like they do on every war, that this one is a noble effort to stop a supervillain, Vladimir Putin, from invading the Ukraine and then to thwart his Hitler-like march across Europe. In fact, tiny Ukraine is a proxy in a geopolitical struggle initiated by the ambitions of the US neocons or American global hegemony. I'm not excusing Putin for invading Ukraine. He had other options. But the war is Russia's predictable response to the reckless neocon project of extending NATO to encircle Russia, a hostile act. The credulous media rarely explain to Americans that we unilaterally walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia and then put nuclear-ready Aegis missile systems in Romania and Poland. This is a hostile act. And that the Biden White House repeatedly spurned Russia's offer to settle this war peacefully. The Ukraine war began in 2014 when US agencies overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine and installed a hand-picked pro-Western government that launched a deadly civil war against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. In 2019, America walked away from a peace treaty, the Minsk Agreement, that had been negotiated between Russia and Ukraine by European nations. And then in April of 2022, we wanted the war. In April of 2022, President Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to force President Zelensky to tear up a peace agreement that he and the Russians had already signed, and the Russians were withdrawing troops from Kiev and Donbass and Lugansk. And that peace agreement would have brought peace to the region and would have allowed Donbass and Lugansk to remain part of Ukraine. President Biden stated that month that his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim in this war, and it's a victim of the West. Since then, of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then, we have, since tearing up that agreement, forcing Zelensky to tear up the agreement, we've squandered the flower of Ukrainian youth. As many as 600,000 Ukrainian kids and over 100,000 Russian kids, all of whom we should be mourning, have died, and the Ukraine's infrastructure is destroyed. The war has been a disaster for our country as well. We squandered nearly $200 billion already, and these are badly needed dollars in our communities, suffering communities all over our country. The Nord Stream pipeline sabotage and the sanctions have destroyed Europe's industrial base, which formed the bulwark of US national security. A strong Germany with a strong industry is a much, much stronger deterrent to Russia, and a Germany that is deindustrialized and turned into just an extension of a US military base. We've pushed Russia into a disastrous alliance with China and Iran. We're closer to the brink of nuclear exchange than at any time since 1962. And the neocons in the White House don't seem to care at all. Our moral authority and our economy are in shambles. And the war gave rise to the emergence of BRICS, which now threatens to replace the dollar as a global reserve currency. This is a first-class calamity for our country. Judging by her bellicose, belligerent speech last night in Chicago, we can assume that President Harris will be an enthusiastic advocate for this and other neocon military adventures. And President Trump says that he will reopen negotiations with President Putin and end the war overnight as soon as he becomes president. This alone would justify my support for his campaign. Last summer, it looked like no candidate was willing to negotiate a quick end to the Ukraine war, to tackle chronic disease epidemic, to protect free speech, our constitutional freedoms, to clean corporate influence out of our government, or to defy the neocons and their agenda of endless military adventurism. But now one of the two candidates has adopted these issues as his own, to the point where he has asked to enlist me in his administration. I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Trump. Less than 2 hours after President Trump narrowly escaped assassination, Callie Means called me on my cell phone. I was then in Las Vegas. Callie is arguably the leading advocate for food safety, for soil regeneration, and for ending the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying America's health and ruining our economy. Callie has exposed the insidious corruption at the FDA, the NIH, the HHS, and the USDA that has caused the epidemic. Callie had been working on and off for my campaign, advising me on those subjects since the beginning. And those subjects have been my primary focus for the last 20 years. I was delighted when Callie told me that day that he had also been advising President Trump.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
He told me President Trump
we
was
put that
anxious
earlier.
to talk to me
Thank
about
you.
chronic disease and other subjects, and to explore avenues of cooperation. He asked if I would take a call from the president. President Trump telephoned me a few minutes later, and I met with him the following day. A few weeks later, I met again with President Trump and his family members and closest advisors in Florida. In a series of long, intense discussions, I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party. We talked about Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals. That arrangement would allow us to disagree publicly and privately and fiercely, if need be, on issues over which we differ, while working together on the existential issues upon which we are in concordance. I was a ferocious critic of many of the policies during his first administration, and there are still issues and approaches upon which we continue to have very serious differences. But we are aligned with each other on other key issues like ending the forever wars, ending the childhood disease epidemic, securing the border, protecting freedom of speech, unraveling the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, getting the US intelligence agencies out of the business of propagandizing and censoring and surveilling Americans and interfering with our elections. Following my first discussion with President Trump, I tried unsuccessfully to open similar discussions with Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris declined to meet or even to speak with me. Suspending my candidacy is a heart-rending decision for me, but I'm convinced that it's the best hope for ending the Ukraine war and ending the chronic disease epidemic that is eroding our nation's vitality from the inside, and for finally protecting free speech. I feel a moral obligation to use this opportunity to save millions of American children, above all things. In case some of you don't realize how dire the condition is of our children's health and chronic disease in general, I would urge you to view Dr. Carlson's recent interview with Callie Means and his sister, Dr. Casey Means, who is the top graduate of her class at Stanford Medical School. This is an issue that affects all of us far more directly and urgently than any culture war issue and all the other issues that we obsess on and that are tearing apart our country. This is the most important issue. Therefore, it has the potential to bring us together. So let me share a little bit about why I believe it's so urgent. Today, 2/3, we spend more on healthcare than any country on earth, twice what they pay in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes of any nation in the world. We're about 79th in health outcomes behind Costa Rica and Nicaragua and Mongolia and other countries. Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. And during the COVID epidemic, we had the highest body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And CDC says that's because we are the sickest people on earth. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth. And the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was less than 1%. So we've gone from 1% to 66%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, and 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports done about them. Obesity was almost unknown. In Japan, childhood obesity rate is 3% compared to 50% here. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. When my uncle was president, I was a boy, juvenile diabetes was effectively non-existent. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes during his entire career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walk through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the mitochondrial disorder that caused diabetes, also causing Alzheimer's, which is now classified as diabetes, And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. There's been an explosion of neurological illnesses that I never saw as a kid: ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, Tourette's syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, Asperger's, autism. In the year 2000, the autism rate was 1 in 1,500. Now, autism rates in kids are 1 in 36, according to CDC nationally. Nobody's talking about this. 1 in every 22 kids in California has autism. And this is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. What is happening to our country? And why isn't this in the headlines every single day? There's nobody else in the world that is experiencing this. This is only happening in America. About 18%. And by the way, you know, there has been no change in diagnosis, which the industry sometimes like to say. There has been no change in screening. This is a change in incidence. In my generation, 70-year-old men, the autism rates are about 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in 34. I'll repeat, in California, 1 in 22. Why are we letting this happen? Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That's like 1 out of every 5. That disease, when I was a kid, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and the old. Young adult cancers are up 79%. 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. And 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 children on SSRIs. So what's causing this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. The first and the worst is ultra-processed food. About 70% of American children's diet is ultra-processed. That means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grains, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists many of them formerly worked for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed thousands of scientists to figure out new chemicals to make the food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans aren't biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but ubiquitous in American processed foods. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, in our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell of our bodies. The assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. To name just one problem, many of these chemicals increase estrogen. Because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors, America's puberty rate is now occurring at age 10 to 13, which is 6 years earlier than girls were reaching puberty in 1900. Our country has the earliest puberty rates of any continent on the earth. And no, this isn't because of better nutrition. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen driven, and it now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and our adults. Considering the grievous human cost of this tragic epidemic of chronic disease, it seems almost crass to mention the damage it does to our economy. But I'll say it is crippling the nation's finances. When my uncle was president, our country spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, government healthcare spending is almost all for chronic disease. And it's double the military budget. And it is the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. And chronic disease costs more to the economy as a whole, costs at least $4 trillion, 5 times our military budget. And that's a 20% drag on everything we do and everything we aspire to. Poor and minority communities suffer disproportionately. People who worry about DEI or about bigotry of any kind, this dwarfs anything. We are poisoning the poor. We are systematically poisoning minorities across this country. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of food stamps and 70 or 77% of school lunches are processed foods. There's no vegetables. There's nothing that you would want to eat.
Thanks, Michelle Obama.
We are just poisoning the poor citizens, and that's why they have the highest chronic disease burden of any demographic in our country, and the highest in the world. The same food industry lobbied to make sure that nearly all agricultural subsidies go to commodity crops that are the feedstock of processed food industry. These policies are destroying small farms and they're destroying our soils. We give about, I think, 8 times as much in subsidies to tobacco than we do to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense. If we want a healthy country, the good news is that we can change all this. And we can change it very, very quickly. America can get healthy again. To do that, we need to do 3 things. First, we need to root out the corruption in our health agencies. Second, we need to change incentives in our healthcare system. And third, we need to inspire Americans to get healthy again. 80% of NIH grants go to people who have conflicts of interest. These are the people, virtually everybody who sits, Joe Biden just appointed a new panel to NIH to decide the food recommendations. And they're all people who are from the industry. They're all people who are from the processed food companies. They're deciding what Americans, here is healthy. And the recommendations
Democrat
of the
way.
food pyramid and what
Establishment
goes
way.
to our school lunch programs, what go to
Corruption hires corruption.
the program, the Swiss program, the food stamp programs. They're all corrupted and conflicted individuals. These agencies, the FDA, USDA, and CDC, all of them are controlled by giant for-profit corporations. 75% of the FDA's funding doesn't come from taxpayer, it comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies with President Trump's backing. I'm going to change that. We're going to staff these agencies with honest scientists and doctors who are free from industry funding.
Oh yeah, dude.
We're going to make sure the decisions of consumers, doctors,
Hell
and patients are informed by unbiased science. A sick child is the best thing for the pharmaceutical industry. When American children or adults get sick with a chronic condition, they're put on medication for their entire life. Imagine what will happen when Medicare starts paying for Ozempic, which costs $1,500 a month, and it's being recommended for children as young as 6, all for a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. And 74% of Americans are obese. The cost, if all of them took their Ozempic prescription, is $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that is made by Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, and the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. And in our country, the recommendation now is for Ozempic to children at age 6. Novo Nordisk is the biggest company in Europe, and virtually its entire value is based upon its projections of what it's going to sell, of the Ozempic it's going to sell to America.
It's all like that.
And we have the food lobbyists have a bill in front of Congress today that is backed by the White House, backed by Vice President Harris and President Biden to allow this to happen. This $3 trillion cost that is going to bankrupt our country. For a fraction of that amount, we could buy organic food for every American family, 3 meals a day, and eliminate diabetes altogether. We're going to bring healthy food back to school lunches.
Let's go.
We're going to stop subsidizing the worst foods with our agricultural subsidies. We're going to get toxic chemicals out of our food. We're going to reform the entire food system. And for that, we need new leadership in Washington. Because unfortunately, both the Democrats and the Republican parties are in cahoots with the big food producers, big pharma and big ag, which are among the DNC's major donors. Vice President Harris has expressed no interest in addressing this issue. 4 more years of Democratic rule will complete the consolidation of corporate and neocon power, and our children will be the ones who suffer most. I got involved with chronic disease 20 years ago, not because I chose to or wanted to. It was essentially thrust upon me. It was an issue that should have been central to the environmental movement. I was a central leader at that time, but it was widely ignored by all the institutions, including the NGOs, who should have been protecting our kids against toxins. It was an orphan issue, and I had a weakness for orphans. I watched generations of children get sicker and sicker. I had 11 siblings, and I had 7 kids myself. I was conscious of what was happening in their classrooms and to their friends, and I watched these sick kids, these damaged kids. In that generation, almost all of them are damaged. And nobody in power seemed to care or to even notice. For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. The chronic disease crisis was one of the primary reasons for my running for president, along with ending censorship in the Ukraine war. It's the reason I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. This decision is agonizing for me because of the difficulties it causes my wife and my children and my friends. But I have the certainty that this is what I've meant to do. And that certainty gives me internal peace, even in storms. If I'm given the chance to fix the chronic disease crisis and reform our food production, I promise that within 2 years, we will watch chronic disease burden lift dramatically. We will make
Nice.
Americans healthy again.
Let's go.
Within 4 years, America will be a healthy country. We will be stronger, more resilient, more optimistic, and happier. I won't fail in doing this. Ultimately, the future, however it happens, is in God's hands and in the hands of the American voters and those of President Trump. If President Trump is elected and honors his word, the vast burden of chronic disease that now demoralizes and bankrupts the country will disappear. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, through hard-nosed logic, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children and reversed this country's chronic disease epidemic. I'm 70 years old. I may have a decade to be effective. I can't imagine that President Harris would allow me or anyone to solve these dire problems. After 8 years of President Harris, any opportunity for me to fix the problem will be out of my reach forever. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. I'm choosing to believe that this time he will follow through. His son, his biggest donors, his closest friends, and all support this objective. My joining the Trump campaign will be a difficult sacrifice for my wife and children, but worthwhile if there's even a small chance of saving these kids. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. That's why I launched my campaign to unify America. My dad and uncle made such an enduring mark on the character of our nation.
United.
Not so much because of any particular policies that they promoted, but because they were able to inspire profound love for our country and to fortify our sense of ourselves as a national community held together by ideals. They were able to put their love into the intentions and hearts of ordinary Americans and to unify a national populist movement of Americans, Blacks and whites, Hispanics, urban and rural Americans. They inspired affection and love and high hopes and a culture of kindness that continue to radiate among Americans from their memory. That's the spirit on which I ran my campaign and that I intend to bring into the campaign of President Trump. Instead of vitriol and polarization, I will appeal to the values that unite us, the goals that we could achieve if only we weren't at each other's throats. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. If we all unite around that issue now, we can finally give them the protection, the health, and the future that they deserve. Thank you all very much.
All right. Absolutely. Nice job, Mr. Kennedy. Nice job. Great speech. Looking forward to having him on the team. Man, that was, I tell you what, let's listen to that. That was a much needed piece of the puzzle. Like to have someone that prominent and that determined and that motivated and inspired to take on those topics, much needed, something that's needed to be done for a long time, is another blessing. It's another blessing. And this journey we're on here in 2024, another great addition to the team. And I hope that just the start of people that are willing to come out of the woodworks and join up for the right reasons, regardless of where they were in the past, you know, and we've had a lot of that this run. I think people are starting to get it. And this could be a great turning point in America for all of us. And the idea that, you know, someone's going to be in front of that and trying to, you know, relentlessly drill down to solve this issue, this root cause issue of our health problems and in the country. And this, like you said, this epidemic of chronic disease and this onset of disorders, and, you know, that have ramped up throughout my lifetime. It's very hope inspiring, you know, the fact that think that we could be getting on the track to normalizing organic food again. It's already us organic buyers and consumers have already blazed the trail and helped keep the prices down and made them more affordable and increased the variety of things we can now get organically. But to take it to the next level, right, is what needs to happen right now. Now, the other thing you kept hearing me interject, and water. We can't ignore what's in the water. We're dumping people are dumping chemical runoff, calling it fluoride, in the water. They've been doing it for generations now, and it freaking needs to stop. I mean, it needs to stop. It's ridiculous that we allow this to happen. There's a law against, if they call it medication for our teeth, then it's a forced medication. It's involuntary medication. There's a law against that, and the reason they've gotten away with this because people have not put enough emphasis on it. There's a big group of us out there that are aware of the problem, that want to do something about the problem, but then you run into a bunch of people who just have their heads up their ass and they don't know what the hell, they don't care, they don't think it's a big deal. You know, they haven't done the research and are too lazy to go do it, right? I put a link in the chat of our Old School Watch Party Sunday where we covered the fluoride deception and seeds of death. These are at the root causes of what he's talking about here. We need to go a step further with GMOs. We need to go a step further with this fake meat bullshit. You know, we need to go a step further with all that stuff. You know, if people want to buy that, that's fine. Let them have a market for that. I'm okay. But that can't be what our go-to. That can't be our you know, this is what we're going to put in schools. This is what we're going to go to on all occasions. Like, you know, and this will hopefully help restaurants start cleaning things up too. I mean, restaurants are trying to get bottom line. They got to worry about the bottom line. So sometimes their food choices aren't healthy either. Right. And so hopefully this will inspire them. Maybe there's a way to incentivize more and more restaurants that we know of to turn towards organic, clean, real food. Right. And let them be the winners in the game. Let them be the ones we choose to spend our money with. You know, I've had a long road when it comes to food and water safety. I've gone the extra mile to ensure that my son is exposed to it as little as possible. Now I'm just one person in this fight. And his mother helped out a good deal. I don't know how much she helps out now, but for a long time, for many years that counted, she helped out. So I'm good with that. And then I've trained him up right. So hopefully he takes that training and he applies it. And the older he gets, the more he'll appreciate it, especially when he sees how his generation is full of health issues that he's not going to have to deal with, and how he's going to be able to rise above. He doesn't have any disorders. He doesn't have any of these problems that are going on in the world right now, because I kept him away from all the things that would cause his problems, having been someone who suffered from one of these problems. And you know, I was like, not him, not going to happen to him. So one day I think it'll dawn on him. Right now I'm just doing my job as a dad to protect him, and then to fight for the future where he can actually have, you know, go out and not have to worry about it, and he can raise his kids in a world with clean, real food, clean, pure water. You know, that's what we need to bathe in, to brush your teeth in, to cook with. You know, we use gravity filters here, and I really tried to get a sponsorship for gravity filters on the channel, but they just weren't accepting anybody with the brands that I knew and liked. But I still would promote and sponsor and give discounts for gravity water filter systems, because we need them everywhere, no matter where you are. Yeah, that's right, Heidi. Fluoride is actually toxic for the body. Heavy metals in foods is part of the cause of dementia and Alzheimer's and other brains. Yeah, exactly. And of course, we didn't even mention the jabby jabs, right? You know, you can trace a lot of these epidemics and rising epidemics to the engineering and the schedule of these things that are shoved down parents' throat from day one. Right, you can trace the onset of ADD and ADHD with the combination packages that were coming out. If you follow me on that, where they took like 3 different ones and they combined it into one, that phenomenon right there, and then the increase in the schedule from putting it into young bodies that aren't developed yet, has caused this acceleration and this new thing, right? And now it's an old thing, but then it was a new thing. It started taking off. And of course, you know, Big Pharma was there with their pills, right, to help mothers, little helpers, you know, make sure to you don't have to have the headaches of dealing with a child that's being affected by your choices. So, then they come to the rescue with that, and that opens up a whole lifestyle for children who are not scared to try anything, not scared to put anything in their mouth, and feel almost immortal. I mean, they've been getting high since they were kids, thanks to the doctor. So why would they be worried about anything else? So I could take that. I've been taking stuff like this my whole life. They become fearless in the drug world, and that's an unfortunate side effect of giving your kids these stimulants when they're young. They grow up with an attitude about things that they are more immortal than they believe, right? And more or less affected by it than they believe, because it's become normal. And Heidi, we did that. I don't know if you were around or you saw the show that we did, but the fluoride deception. I don't know if you've seen that. I actually have it here on the YouTube side, and then we had to cut out and go to Seeds of Death on just Rumble and X exclusively. That's back when I was trying to do more old school watch party stuff on YouTube, but I was just having too many problems with it, so we just made it a kickoff show, and then we jump over to Rumble. But I have it on Rumble, and I have it on YouTube. The fluoride deception, the water part of it, is the first part of the show. Definitely check that out. If you guys aren't educated on where fluoride came from, how it got into our waters, and what it's all about, check that out, because we need to start making noise about that again, especially if we got someone like Robert Kennedy Jr. in there champion the cause, because he looks like the guy that will listen to what our concerns are, and he'll do something about it. So I do plan on should he get to be in that position, making some noise about the water. I want to hear him saying it. He's going to do something about getting the fluoride out of our water. Needs to happen, has to happen, should have happened a long time ago. It's utterly ridiculous that we tolerate it on any level. And that's my thoughts on it. As anybody here who knows me, has been around for a while, knows this is one of my most passionate topics. And for good reason. It's utterly ridiculous that we tolerate it. That's all I can say. All right, so we need to move on here. But I could rant about that all night, because we got a lot of show to go, and I've already been going for a little while. So I don't want to take up your entire Friday night, but I thought that watching this monumental event of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Suspending his campaign and endorsing Trump and joining the Team MAGA, very special night. So thank you guys for being here for the first part of the show. I want to get into a little bit of the 2024 stuff. And then I got a few short things on July 13th. Stop playing mod. All right. There you go. There it is right there. See, there we go. Find it. Okay, so let's jump into this right here. This is CNN panics and cuts away from RFK Jr. dropout speech as he destroys the Democrats. Comes from one of our favorite creators here on the stream, George Foreman of Black Conservative Perspective.
I think a lot of people are going to still support him regardless. I feel like at this point, the country's kind of turning into everyone else versus the Democrats.
So if he drops out, are you going to be in support of Trump?
Yeah, I will.
He gets it. That kid gets it. Everybody else versus the Democrats. Yes. Democrats being the establishment. The rest of us are the anti-establishment. Yes. There you go. He's got it.
Live pictures from Phoenix, Arizona, where Kennedy is expected to say publicly what he's already made official in a court filing, that he will endorse Donald Trump. Perhaps no coincidence. Trump is.
Well, hold on. He had to make that official in a court filing to endorse Trump. That's weird. Let me back this up for like 5 seconds.
Official in a court filing that he will endorse Donald Trump. Perhaps no coincidence. Trump is set to hold a campaign rally tonight with a special unnamed guest in Glendale, Arizona. That's just 20 minutes from where RFK is right now. Joining me now, New York Times investigative reporter Suzanne Craig, MSNBC contributor.
I had to laugh at that woman's hair. Sorry.
Jonathan Alter, who's written extensively about RFK Jr. And
look at this crew down here. MSNBC live event. Look at this crew. Would you really look at that? This crew makes me want to throw up just looking at this crew right here.
Kennedy family.
At the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relish debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35
We've been
days.
listening to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from Phoenix outlining what led him
We're going to panic and
to
break
his
in here.
quixotic
real quick.
quest for the White House to now dropping out and relinquishing the title of Democrat. He had a series of complaints about the party. We're, of course, going to continue watching his remarks. There's a back and forth over whether he's going to endorse former President Donald Trump. We're going to break that down on the other side of a quick break. Stay with CNN.
If you just kept listening, you would have heard.
RFK has done what everybody speculated that he would do, which is to drop out and to endorse Trump. And as you guys saw at the beginning of this video, the mainstream liberal media, CNN, MSNBC, they didn't like this, okay? Because CNN cut away from the stream when RFK got into the meat and potatoes of his gripes with the Democrat Party, which is that the Democrat primary was not fair, okay? It was set up in favor of Joe Biden so that nobody could challenge him realistically, because we know if they had a real primary, then RFK might have won that primary, okay? We will never know, okay? And CNN and MSNBC, who didn't even really carry the press conference at all, right? They just talked over it like they do with Trump. Hey, don't listen to what this guy is saying. We'll tell you what he's saying, okay, and go from there, right? We'll spin the propaganda for you. We'll tell you what to think. But anyway, yeah, they don't want people to be educated, the mainstream liberal media, on RFK. They don't want people to hear what RFK has to say, because Nicole Shanahan, his VP, has been coming out here for the last few days hinting that, hey, this could happen. And one of the reasons why they're doing this, they're endorsing Trump, is because the Kamala Harris campaign, the potential Kamala Harris administration, is absolutely insane.
Why is Kamala Harris sort of dangerous to you?
I think Kamala Harris is dangerous to me because she is the ultimate puppet for an organization that has, I believe, since President Obama, not actually run real people.
Mm-hmm.
They have selected amongst a very small group of individuals that they can control and dictate policy over.
Yes.
I don't think Kamala Harris is somebody who will sit here and tell you how she feels. I think that
Since Obama, they've only picked people they can manipulate. I think they've always been manipulated from the top, but you know, she makes a little point there, and I don't know if she realized it or not. But a lot of people think that, you know, Obama's third, fourth term, whatever, you know, has been going on, right? Third term of, you know, they want Kamala to be his fourth term as he sits in the background with his communist friends, running the place to the ground, right? Feeling righteous. Yeah. So, yeah, you know, it might feel that way because since Obama was president for 8 years, and drove the country into the ground, everybody that's come after that, they have handpicked. The Democrats haven't had their own nomination in 3 runs. Bernie Sanders beat out Hillary, but then they made him take a knee because, you know, Bernie's a weak communist, and that's what he did. And he endorsed, he gave all of his loyal supporters over to the establishment. Oh, hold on. I'm up. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, I am. Okay, good. And then that happened the next year. Only it was Biden that time. And now they just switcherooed and pulled Biden out, who basically run unopposed because, you know, Bernie wasn't about to waste his money again, I guess. And then they just installed Kamala, who is like, you know, the most unpopular, never won a vote, never won a delegate person ever. I mean, puppet is just written all over her face.
human capacity of hers has long gone.
Yes.
I think that what she now represents is corporatism.
Mm-hmm.
She represents a huge amount of cronyism. And I do believe that she is using messaging. And this is the part that worries me the most, is that she uses messaging in a way to get populations of young, unknowing, innocent people to join her on these false virtue signal ambitions and actually take on policies that will eventually really hurt them in the future. My mother is from communist China. I grew up hearing about what the famine was like in communist China.
Right. Well, she's going to do price controls at supermarkets, so we don't have to worry about that.
But
Yeah,
that is
that's like
exactly
communism
how
and
you
all.
get to a famine. I mean, this is
I know.
this is the basics. This is communism 101.
Yeah, communism 101, which is apparently something that Nicole Shanahan doesn't want. Okay, it is something that America doesn't want. It's something that.
Oh yeah, by the way, let me just mention right now. We just watched Beneath Sheep's Clothing, which Greg right here recommended, and it was an excellent documentary on creeping communism. It just came out a couple weeks ago, like literally hot off the presses, right? It didn't get that many views. It's over on Rumble. It's from 5 days ago. It should be getting a lot more views than it's getting. If you haven't seen Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you don't have to watch it with me, but watch it for yourself. You know, it costs like $13 to buy it online. If you don't want to spend the $13, you can come watch it with me. I made a few comments in there, but for the most part, it runs on its own. And me and Shelly, I should say, we both watched it together. And then you can do that. But just watch it and just tell people to watch it. Get more and more people to watch this. Don't even tell them, just say, man, it's a great documentary. You should really check this out, especially for your base people. Let more people about like that know, your friends that are already hip that know what's going on, but it gives them more the background they may need in conversations with other people. You never know who people are talking to. And they can just say, well, you know what? Hey, I recommend you just watch this and tell me what you think about it. Let's have a conversation about it. And, say, here, look, you can have mine, or here's where you can go watch it for free. Yeah. Just do that because, movies like that, documentaries like Beneath Sheep's Clothing, Let My People Go, the Muckrakers, U.S. Southern Border Invasion documentary. These are all critical. It's all critical data right now. Like people need to be seeing these. And I put the show on to have a watch along, right? We do the watch alongs and I find them and I put it on and I make sure that we all watch it together. But man, so many more people need to see it. So many more that I can possibly reach. So that's where you guys come in. Please, 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 please tell people about Beneath Sheep's Clothing.
RFK doesn't want, nobody wants the communism that is being proposed by the Kamala Harris campaign. Okay. The left is getting even more far left. Is at the point where it's out of control. Right. And RFK has decided strategically that, you know what? This is my best chance to have an impact. I'm not going to have an impact in the Democrat Party. My best chance is to join forces with Trump to create a true unity ticket and to take down the left. Okay. And that is essentially what he articulated during his speech, in which he is suspending his campaign. He's dropping out and he's endorsing Trump. Take a look.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. 16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States.
We just saw this, so I'm going to speed it up. If you're just joining us, we watched the whole speech. You can just go back.
It's not like the Democrat Party of the past, not the Democrat Party that he grew up with, okay? Not the Democrat Party of JFK. And he is throwing his support behind Trump for a couple of reasons, right? One of the main reasons that really stood out to me had to do with the war in Ukraine, okay? RFK wants the war to come to an end soon, okay? He wants peace talks with Russia, and so does Trump, right? And that's one of the reasons why he's throwing his support behind Trump is because Trump has promised to bring an end to that war as soon as possible, which is a good thing, right? You have RFK influencing Trump in a positive way on issues that align with the America First agenda, like foreign policy, like the health of our children, like free speech. Again, this is what you want to see, right? We don't have to agree on everything, but what matters is what we do agree on. And are we going to make progress on the things that we actually agree on, right? And that is what it seems like RFK, his role is going to be. It seems as if he probably is going to get some role within the administration. And that is a positive thing, a very positive thing, in my opinion. And the question that really remains is whether or not RFK supporters are going to throw their support behind Trump in the battleground states, because that's what really matters. And I'm hoping and praying that that is the case. At least some indications show that that may be the case.
You know, we have some newbies hopefully joining the Trump movement, and they're coming from the Kennedy camp. I want to introduce you to Caesar. Caesar, also a young American voter. You can see he's got the vote Kennedy Shanahan. And you know what? There are rumors that potentially Kennedy could come out and endorse Donald Trump today. Now, if that is the case, would you then change your vote from Kennedy to Trump?
Yes, I think anything that we can do to get Kennedy in a higher position is worth it. I believe any decision that Kennedy makes, it comes from an enlightened place. So he has my full confidence and support in anything he decides to do.
The man has a beautiful heart. I will absolutely say that. And Shanahan, his running mate, she is very well connected. She's from the Silicon Valley, very smart woman. I hope that that is the case today. And we could find out in just hours if Kennedy is going to endorse Trump. It was hard to see his family turn their backs on him when he ran as independent.
I would say, in terms of the family, there's 103 Kennedys. Only 5 of them said that they didn't support him, and 3 of those 5 are working for the Biden administration. So I think that was just a headline.
And that's a tough
There
part,
you
though.
go.
I mean,
Smart kid.
what's thicker than water? Blood, right? That's what I would imagine. So very interesting how things have played out at this point in this election cycle. It has been one for the history books, one that we will not forget, a reason why all of these Trump supporters are lining the streets waiting to see him board.
And like we've been telling you, today marks 74 days until Americans head to the polls and vote in a presidential election that was turned on its head just over a month ago. Just take a look at this polling. It shows how much things have changed in those few days with Vice President Kamala Harris instead of President Joe Biden. That's a big one. Democrats up nearly 10 points, making this an extremely competitive race between the VP and President Donald Trump. Joining me now to break down the polls is data science director with our partners at Decision Desk HQ, Scott Tranter. Scott, good morning. Thanks for joining. Let's start with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. making a lot of headlines this morning, set to address his campaign's path forward. Arizona's Secretary of State already confirming he's filed the paperwork to withdraw from the race. So let's take a look at the national polling averages from DDHQ right now, both with and without RFK Jr. Scott, how does RFK dropping out now impact this race?
It makes it even closer than it already is. Look at that. If RFK drops out, Donald Trump gets in within 3 points. With RFK in, he's within 6 points. That's a big movement in a race.
This is such bullshit, man. These polls they piss me off, man. They piss me off because you see, all the massive support for Trump everywhere, right? And then they throw this bullshit out here like this.
Race that's going to be determined by a point or two.
What about the swing states and also the battleground states? Does that become even tighter with RFK dropping out?
Yeah, no, especially the key ones, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. RFK dropping out, he wasn't going to win, but he was taking 3 to 5% of the vote, and up a year ago, 10 to 15% of the vote. So that shows you that there are voters who are willing to move around and switch candidates who they're supporting for. Him dropping out appears to help Trump. It appears that it will help Trump going into the fall.
Yeah, so I certainly hope that is the case. Okay, even if RFK marginally helps Trump, because it seems as if most of his supporters kind of went to Kamala Harris when Kamala Harris got in the race. So it seems very plausible that he's probably going to end up helping Trump the most by dropping out now. And again, even if it's...
I mean, how many of his supporters are really his supporters if they went over to Kamala Harris as soon as Biden dropped out? I mean, they weren't really his supporters to begin with then, because that shouldn't have been the reason why they went over there. It makes you wonder, right? But those aren't real supporters.
Is marginal. That's a big deal, especially in the Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Yeah, Trump needs all the help that he can get. And with RFK dropping out, this is extra help. Not only is RFK dropping out, but he's saying vote for Trump, right? I want all my supporters. If you support me, you should vote for Trump for X, Y, and Z reasons. Okay. And also RFK apparently is going to have a place in the Trump administration. So it's like, yeah, if you are an RFK supporter and you really want to see him have an impact, it wasn't likely he was going to do so as a third party presidential candidate, but it is likely that he will if Trump wins, and he will be a part of the government and helping to make decisions. So I'm not entirely sure why anybody who supported RFK would not now support Trump. Even if you're an RFK supporter that decided, I'm going to support Kamala, why don't you now support Trump if you like RFK so much that you would vote for him over Trump and Kamala Harris? If you really like RFK and if you really believe in his message, then yeah, you should probably go with Trump because Trump is more closely aligned. And that is why you have RFK endorsing Trump, right? That's why you have him doing that. And it takes a lot of bravery for him to do that. Okay, I'm pretty sure his family probably is not very happy about it, or at least some members of his family are not happy about it. But he's doing what he thinks is the right thing to do. He's using his brain, right? He's thinking logically and rationally about this next upcoming election. And everybody knows that if Democrats get another 4 years in office, this country is finished. Okay, that's not an exaggeration. And this is why you're seeing people like RFK and Elon Musk, a lot of people who weren't necessarily friendly towards Trump just a couple years ago, they're throwing their support behind Trump because, again, they know that if it's not Trump, right, if he doesn't win, again, there are going to be disastrous consequences under the Kamala Harris administration. Everybody knows it. Everybody can see it. If you have a brain, of course, right? If you actually are thinking rationally, logically, if you're not using your emotions, take your emotions out of it. The choice is obvious, right? It's very obvious. So, all right, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Right. All right, so now we're going to go right into the next story here real quick. And this was coming out of the DNC. If you guys haven't seen this yet, we've been covering and following. Hold on. Okay, hopefully that's better. We've been covering and following the Act Blue scam, right? the money laundering scam, the super PAC known as Act Blue, how they're taking the names of people who made a small donation and using those names to make several hundreds, sometimes thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of small donations in their name. So it's complete fraud, right? And so here's James O'Keefe at the DNC convention, in disguise as always, asking them directly. So let's go. I haven't seen this yet, so let's watch it together. Let's figure this out.
Yeah, right. Here we go.
Look, it's got his mask.
We were going to use actblue.com to make the donation. If we could maybe have that money transferred through all these different people to make more of an impact, because that seems like that's what you guys are doing.
Yeah. So any questions you have, you can send us support.
Have you heard of James O'Keefe? O'Keefe Media?
Yeah, I'm in the phone too.
Hi, how you doing?
Can we
run?
What's the issue?
What's the issue? You guys seem to be harassing her. So you asked for help.
Well, how am I harassing her? Can I ask you some questions? Are you going to vote for Harris?
All right. No,
as soon as I started asking them questions, they ran away.
No.
This is the new technique. I'll just ask questions. You can run away.
Get it.
Undercover at the DNC convention as a Kamala Harris supporter, I wanted to find out what was going on.
That's awesome.
I stumbled upon Dempalooza, where Act Blue had a booth set up. Here's how it went.
We're literally a facilitator of this digital platform. So we go into Act Blue, donate through us, it goes to the campaign. Right. So we have campaigns, state parties, county parties, C3s, C4s, like pretty much the entire kind of ecosystem of people and organizations.
Yeah.
So it's busier in the morning for sure.
Yeah. All right. What time's ice You guys hear that?
I heard it.
11:01.
Make sure to stop by.
How much do I get? Do I get one scoop or two scoops?
I'm pretty sure they're like packages, right? Yeah, little packages. Yeah.
About to get a wristband to get inside Dempalooza.
Dempalooza. I mean, they're stealing that from Lollapalooza, right? So they're supposed to be like cutting edge, but that was like cutting edge, what, 20 years ago? Lollapalooza was a long time ago, and now they're calling it Dempalooza. I mean, the Gen Z people are like, what the hell's a palooza?
Hello. Thank you. How are you? Very good. I'm good. All right, thank you. Here we go.
Good morning.
Look at that jacket. Look how obnoxious that jacket is.
Well, here we go. The market has plunged again. The writing is on the wall. It's time to take action. The elites and big banks are pulling
the Dodgers for a
I
second.
know, isn't this a great code? I'm speaking. You like that code?
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Hey,
how you doing? Xander. Nice to meet you. Jamie, nice to see you. So we heard you guys are having ice cream.
I've been at a
Oh, tell them about our company.
So we came by yesterday and we talked to Jose. Last night we got to shake Obama's hand. They let us go backstage, which is cool.
We got to shake Obama's hand last night, and we were kind of on the precipice of whether we should get involved, but with all the energy and everything. So we're others, but also in life and business. And we want to get more involved. And
we're interested in donating. Then yesterday we were like, okay, we're all in. Which was cool. We met Obama and that was cool. So
That's very cool. Well, if you wanted to donate to the Harris campaign,
how does that work specifically? I just told my guy I want to donate because you can donate to Senate races and so forth, right?
so any campaign organization that is running as a Democrat or progressive has the opportunity to be on Act Blue. And so if there's anyone in particular, you can Google them, find their link, and you just donate. It's a secure payment processing.
And what's like the max someone's ever donated?
Oh, well,
It's probably, I don't know, maybe you don't know.
the state and local and federal, everyone has different limits. So you can look up the federal or state and local campaign limits for the specific area you're thinking.
we're excited about the energy. I was on the fence, but after last night, I'm ready to do it. So
After last night, I went out and bought the jacket, the shirt.
Should we do it through the company or?
I think probably the company would be best. And your name was?
Carolyn.
Well, I'm all on social media, and Elon, I don't know why he's become so partisan, with X, I don't get it. But I was on X, and he shared something about...
I think it was about Act Blue.
Elon posted they were putting money in the names of other people or something like that.
That is not based.
With the FEC website.
Yeah, everyone has to donate, and everything is put all
Yeah, because it said that the FEC website had hundreds of donations in the name of a specific person. Have you heard of that?
No, I don't. That's not based. I'm going to grab, if you have specific questions, I can grab our director of different departments, but that is all based in.
She's been told, if you get this question, come get me. right? So she's the red flag went up right there.
Like falsities. Yeah, I mean, I figured it was like disinformation. I just like it was just like I don't know. I didn't know what the answer to that was because I want to make sure that when we donate, it's on the up and up.
Yeah.
So
you got to put in all the information.
Is that person here? Is that someone's here now or?
Just give me a second.
Okay, no problem. Hi, Jamie. How you doing?
Hi. Thanks for stopping by. Guys, just hanging out. All decked out.
Yeah, thank you. You like the jacket?
The whole getup is. I have that shirt.
You have the shirt?
I do have that shirt.
Yeah.
I do have that shirt.
We were going to ask about donating, and specifically, like with the FEC website, it said that there were all these people that had donated through like one person, like hundreds of times, and we just wanted to ask about that.
I can connect you with our comms director.
We were going to use actblue.com to.
Throwing it over the fence. That's what they're doing. They just keep throwing it over the wall. Okay, so this is a delay tactic, right? Oh, let me get this person. Oh, you can get to this person. So that person finally shows up, and now they're going to say, well, now I can get you in touch with this person. Nobody has the answers, right? But they act like they're addressing the situation by having a chain of command. But that's not what it is. It's just a delay tactic. It's a way to get people to quit asking or to get frustrated or to get you to the hammer. The hammer is going to tell you to get lost, right?
Make the donation, but we were wondering if it's possible for our donation to go through, if we want it to be most effective, if we could maybe have that money transferred through all these different people to make more of an impact, because it seems like that's what you guys are doing.
Yeah. So any questions you have, you can send to support.
Have you heard of?
Send it to support. We'll get right on it. Run.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Run.
Hi, how you doing? Can you
Run.
answer our questions?
I'm going to run away and
ma'am?
hide. I'm
Ma'am,
hiding from you.
why does the FEC website show that money is being used for those purposes?
Why are you a criminal and why are you shaming your family?
Hundreds
Why
of
are you a
donations
criminal?
through one person?
Help me.
Carol,
I'm here for
is that your name?
freedom.
It's what your name badge said. Hi, do you guys work with
Oh yeah, but see, they have no problem screwing people over all day long, every day. They have no problem running frauds. But when it's time to answer some questions, they run like cowards. That's corruption right there. At some level, that person knows what they're doing is completely wrong, but they're okay with it as long as they don't get caught. Okay?
Then why are you sitting in an ActBlue table? Oh, friendship bracelets. Have you heard about this scandal involving
He's making friendship bracelets. What the?
FEC contributions that go through ActBlue? The ActBlue put a statement out saying it's a disinformation campaign, that all these donations are going through the names of other people. Have you heard about this? Well, ActBlue's talking about it. This FEC website shows so many donations. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
Oh, look at that.
ActBlue? Here she comes with it. She went over there. Let's talk to them. Hi, I'm James O'Keefe. Hi. You guys take pictures of me. I don't know why you do that, but we're taking pictures of you. We like taking pictures. We love pictures.
There you go. Nice pants.
And they're running away. They like to run. They like to walk away. They like to run away.
Run.
Hey, Carolyn. Why did you say your name wasn't Carolyn? Carolyn? Is that your name?
No.
Yes.
This is your statement. The promoters of this disinformation campaign. What is disinformation about the FEC website? Carolyn.
Hey, fellas, can we leave out?
What's the issue? What's the issue?
You guys seem to be harassing her. She asked for help.
Well, how am I harassing her? In today's rapidly evolving healthcare landscape and mysterious shortages of medical supplies, being proactive about your health is paramount.
Oh, yeah.
That's why our OMG supporters,
maybe
your first aid kit now and save 15% by using code OMG.
I'd stay behind a first aid kit.
So order your first aid TWC.
Why not?
Well, you guys are following her around.
Well, I'm
currently by Home Depot.
We asked
Mike.
A few questions.
Who's Mike?
Who's Mike?
I can't be following people around here.
Okay, we just asked a few questions.
Yeah, but if she wasn't answering, why are you following her?
Because there's money laundering occurring on the FEC website.
Okay.
Serious issues. And we're trying to get to the bottom of it. We have a right to be here.
Yeah, but you don't have a right to harass people. Did y'all do that yesterday? Did we go through that yesterday, Michelle?
No. When you say harassment, what are we talking about? What do you mean by harassment?
You do have a right to be here, but you don't have the right to harass me.
Now, I will challenge you all the way to the Supreme Court if you tell me I'm harassing someone by asking. Right now, you're harassing me because I don't want to be stopped.
Sir, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm James. Nice to meet you.
What's going on? How can I help?
Nothing. I don't need any help at all. How can I help you? we're basically trying to get some answers to this question about money laundering with the Act Blue, with the people's names being put on the FEC website thousands and thousands of times. It's a very serious issue, and the public have a right to know. That's what's going on.
Understood. So respectfully, if they don't want to answer your questions, I would just pretend that you're not following them. That's what we were called for.
You're following them. We're going to have to escort you off the property.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I understand. May I walk up there again and ask another question?
Not if he doesn't want to answer. As long as they don't want to answer the question, though, I would just ask you to respectfully move on.
But we define move on. Like how many seconds?
As in,
Is it 5 seconds?
If they're just not answering.
You
seem like a relatively intelligent person. We don't need to do
You think
the
I'm
semantics.
intelligent? I appreciate that.
We don't need to do the semantics.
I want to understand how you define harassment.
So to help you understand, I observed.
We defined it for you.
Do you like the T-shirt?
So as it relates to,
Do you like the T-shirt?
Yes, we're just asking that if they don't want to answer questions, you move on.
Are you? Can I ask you some questions?
Nope. No.
Are you going to vote for Harris?
All right.
No, as soon as I started asking them questions, they ran away. This is the new technique. I'll just ask questions. People run away. Where is the vasectomy?
Oh, I do not know where. Actually, it's Wednesday. It was only Monday,
It was
Tuesday.
not, the vasectomy time is not today.
Monday, Tuesday.
I was interested in getting a vasectomy. I was looking forward to that. Next time. Thanks. The moment we talked to the people in yellow, and we said, "Who are you voting for?" They ran out of there. They ran so fast. But James O'Keefe here in Chicago, walking outside of the Demopalooza convention in full disguise, completely unrecognized. They had no idea who I was until we took off the disguise, took off the mask, and then they realized, and then it was too late, and there was nothing they could do. Reporting from Chicago, this is James O'Keefe, dressed like a Kamala Harris supporter, Chicago, Illinois, with OMG. Stay tuned.
Go. Nice. Nice. Well done. Well done. Well done. Let's see. Which one am I on here? I guess move to this mic. All right. There we are. Okay. OMG. Thomas, what's up, buddy? How you doing? He is a tripper, man. He is a tripper for sure. Oh, man. All right. Where are we going next here? Okay. So here's some stuff that's coming out of the DNC. So now we're to the part where, DNC over, thank God, Hell Week done. But this is one of the most interesting things. We're gonna do some back-to-back with Tatum. Where are we at? Okay, yeah, we're gonna run a little late tonight, but only have four more things in this bag, but they're gonna be quick. And then I got a few July 13th things. So hang on, we'll try to get it done within the next where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll try to get it done within the next hour or so. Hang tight. Let's do it. We got this. We got this. All right. And I'll probably speed these up a little bit. All right. So, Lil Tatum, here we go.
Shirt. I was just at the gym and like 3 people in the gym were like, I love this shirt. I love the shirt. I bought that shirt today. Where do you get the shirt? We make the shirt. But Chris Cuomo off the field, out from in front of the camera in his personal life, he probably a cool dude. I think he probably cool, get some drinks with, smoke cigars, hang out. He probably don't believe in none of that leftist stuff that he's been pushing for the last, I don't know how many years. I honestly believe that's probably who he is outside of the camera. He just seemed like that type of person. In front of the camera for so many years, working for leftist media propaganda, he was just such an idiot to me. I mean, from ivermectin to you name it, he was on the wrong side of it almost all the time. Now that they've let him go, it seems like he's now starting to say, look, I'm just going to say what I really feel. And he's starting to understand that legacy media is dead and that individual media personalities people trust more. So he's now going out. He was on Patrick Bet-David's show. Actually, he was working with Patrick Bet-David's team. I don't know if he still has a show with Patrick Bet-David, but he was doing all that stuff. And I think that he started to kind of wake up a little bit and be honest about the fact that he was wrong about ivermectin and other things. Now he's at the DNC. Shout out to him for having the courage to actually tell the truth, because most people in his situation come out of the propaganda and they just still live in that propaganda in perpetuity. But he at least telling the truth about the Democrat Party. And I have never heard anybody who has been on the left or been supportive of the left actually say the quiet thing out loud. When they tell you that they're going to tax the rich and they're against the wealthy, they're pushing an illusion that they're somehow against wealthy people, because they got a lot of wealthy people that fund them. that support them, that raise money for them. They really don't mean that. They are presenting as if they're for the little guy, when everybody at the top of their party is worth tens of millions of dollars. Oprah Winfrey, get out there, billionaire. Michelle and Barack Obama together, they're probably worth, I don't know, $500 million. Kamala Harris, them ain't broke. Bill Clinton, them ain't broke. Keep going down the list. Remember when Zuckerberg and all them were all Democrats? All of them are multimillionaires, billionaires. These people, Cuomo probably made $25 million on his contract. He's a millionaire. All these people are millionaires acting like they know what it feels like to be the little man. Shut the front door. Roll the clip.
Big theme here at the DNC is that they're going to go after corporate gouging, and they're going to go after corporations, whether it's in taxes, largesse, loopholes. The RNC, we heard the same thing. They're going after the elites, the two sets of rules. Let me reveal a reality to you that has to be spoken to here, okay? These are the soldiers. These are the men and the women that go back to their constituencies and their communities, and they fight. They take time from their jobs. They take time from their families. Republicans and Democrats alike, that's what they do. They need to charge these people up. They need to be able to get them on board. But there's another reality that is literally looking down on them. Greg, look at the ring of sweets, okay? This is not unique to Democrats. There is a game of money. When people talk about uniparty, we are strangled by the money reality in our politics. Those suites start at 500 grand. You think there's like a teacher group up in there? You think it's like the Cub Scouts of Columbia County, South Carolina, that's up in those boxes? Some of them are lobbies and good things. The media boxes, you think they're free? Why do you think I'm on the floor? News Nation is not a broke company. Nexstar is a massive organization. We are corporate media. We don't have one of those boxes because that's the game. You pay to play. Those boxes are filled with the same people that they say they're going to regulate. They're literally looking down on the faithful and being told, yeah, we're going to break down on them. We're going to make them pay their share. They paid $500, $700, $1 million, $1.5 million to have those seats. They get hotel suites that are probably gifted to the party. And the same thing is true with the Republican side. And they're going to take them down. They're going to change how it is. They are looking down from on high at the people who make the difference in their communities. And that is the reality of politics. And I had my producer walk around and show you those suites. Now, they're not all the same. They're not all the same. But the reality is, in 2000, they spent $300 million on presidential campaigns. 24 years later, you know what they're expected to spend? $10 billion. Do you know how much money Harris has raised in the last couple of weeks? Hundreds of millions. And that's success. A lot of it's small donor. A lot of it isn't. The most dangerous money in politics is now legal money because of Citizens United. You've got to know this. The idea that they can fight against it is almost laughable. It's almost laughable. So look and listen when you are told these things. Because I don't care what they promise you. Not here tonight, not at the RNC, not that Trump knows them, not that they don't own them. He did one of the biggest fundraisers I've ever heard of in my life out where I live. Millions of dollars a plate. That's the reality of politics.
Thank you for 20 years later for actually saying something about this. But look at these numbers. There's individuals that pay stuff like this. There's companies that pay stuff like this. It's all a sham. Don't let them say we're going to regulate the wealthy. We're going to regulate big companies. We're going to raise corporate taxes. They know that it's bullcrap. And I'm imploring you guys to understand the economics here. Read the article from Thomas Sowell, read his books, listen to his explanation. He articulates it very well.
Hell yeah.
That when they cut taxes, they get
Thomas
more money
Sowell.
into the treasury because people are more willing to pay the taxes. They feel like the tax is fair and reasonable. Whenever they raise taxes, they get less money in the treasury. Although they make you feel like it sound good, although they make you feel like they're going to tax the wealthy. That's because when the tax code, it seems to be unfair, wealthy people are not paying that. That's why you get less money in the coffers, because people that got money in these big corporations, they find ways to not pay this stuff. Many billionaires, man, they literally operate on debt. That's how you become wealthy. You use other people's money to make money, and you get a tax. It's not a tax write-off, but it's called you're in debt. So your profit loss for the year is going to be tighter if you're in debt. Let me just give you a quick example of somebody like me, right? I started an energy drink company. I put over 6 figures out of my own pocket into building this company. What do you think I'm going to do my next step? It's either investors, which is somebody else's money, or the bank. Now, I go to the bank and I get a loan for, I don't know, $1 million, which is nowhere near where I'm getting. But just say if I did get a loan for $1 million, I'm in debt to the bank. That's a debt. That's not assets. That's a debt. So I'm already starting kind of at a debt deficit. If I go and acquire a building for the company, or there's other things. I don't want to give away a lot of secrets. And some of this stuff I'm not familiar with as much, and I should be, so I can take more advantage. But these people are not going to raise the taxes on you and get a benefit from big money companies. They're just not going to do it, man. A company will go out and buy a jet for like $6 million or $4 million. Yeah, the owner of the company get to fly a private jet on the company's dime. And you think they know everywhere he traveled is for business? You know, you can make business out of anywhere you go. You can make a set of business meeting everywhere you go and travel for your own personal leisure. I guarantee you wealthy people do that all the time. You think the CEO don't have a housing budget or don't have, you know, stuff that the company pays for the cars? You go down the list, man. These nonprofits do the same thing. These people that own these nonprofits, the nonprofit pays for everything that they do. So yeah, their salary is $40,000 a year, but the nonprofit pays for their cars, clothes, everything. Same thing with your local pastor. Oh, my pastor, he only makes $60,000 a year. Well, the church can actually have a house that the pastor can live in. The church can own a private jet that the pastor conveniently can use. You think the pastor pays for his suits? No, the church pays for his suits. It's a write-off. It's an expense of the nonprofit because he has to put his uniform on to perform and do whatever he does. His meals, dinners, house, cars, clothes, everything is covered under the nonprofit. And then their own personal money they use for their own personal vacations, and they probably put that money away into a retirement account or something and just live off of that. Set that up for 20 years. They'd be living off of millions of dollars worth of money that they use in their salary, while the church completely pay for their living 90%. I'm not saying every church is like this. I'm not saying every nonprofit is like this. But what I'm saying is these people are not being honest. Donald Trump takes advantage of the tax code. That's why he didn't pay that many taxes.
All right, cool. I'm going to speed this one up a little bit.
I know a lot of guys that's like, oh yeah, man.
We have another one coming up right here. Vivek, come on in.
And not from the Trump campaign? Cult of personality? Really?
Like it or not, Trump has offered deep policy specifics at a level that we have not heard from Kamala Harris. But I think
I love the fake, like really out of the establishment types, right? It reminds me of that AIDS Felix thing with when he's like, "You're a white male," and they you know, that the attitudes of that little group of weirdos, you know, they're like, really, you're a white male, like they're like, really, cult of personality. They think they believe their own Kool-Aid they've been drinking because they they believe the Kool-Aid they've been drinking it for so long they don't know any difference, right? They think that's what the way things are, but they've been telling a lie for so long they believe it.
I'm glad they're doing it. But have they not been paying attention that Vivek Ramaswamy is one of the best? You thought that Barack Obama could speak. Vivek Ramaswamy can speak. He's very articulate. He got his thoughts lined out. He does a good job. I think he get a 90%. Barack Obama is 95. Barack Obama is a very good orator. He's a fraud, but he's a very good orator. I mean, I don't know if he's a fraud. Maybe he just believe all that communist stuff he say. But he's very good and charismatic. Vivek Ramaswamy is comparable to that. They think they're going to get a gotcha moment out of him, and it's not going to happen. And listen to their response, which you will see it in a second. Roll the clip.
We saw this in Politico. You did a 45-minute phone conversation, and some of the discussions you had with them were just like what you said here. And it does relate to what we've heard, I think, at the Democratic National Convention so far, where many of the speakers have said, and I'm sure you disagree with them on policy, but it sounds like they're saying what you're saying, which is that you have to listen to what people are saying. And you feel like maybe you came in a little hot when you were running in the Republican primary.
Look, I take a look at the presidential campaign. I often judge as a business leader I've been by results. The reality is I came in with no name ID. Most people didn't know my name, let alone know how to pronounce it. I wasn't even expected to make the debate stage. I beat a vice president, multiple former U.S. senators and current senators and governors. So I'm proud of what we achieved. But at the same time, I didn't achieve my goal of receiving the nomination and being the next president. And one of my learnings from that campaign was that there's a lot of distractions along the way. There's a lot of things that'll pull you off of your original purpose. Don't cede to that temptation.
Real quick, if you're watching on Rumble, please give me a thumbs up, follow, and all that stuff going. I think we got like 3 thumbs up. I think Rumble's kind of being a little screwy tonight with all that. So just make sure that your thumbs up counted and that you're followed. Appreciate it.
As it relates to the race right now, which you bring up in the Democratic convention, I think one of the things that's missing in this race right now is a rigorous debate on policy. You do get a lot of Democratic criticism of Republicans and of Trump in particular, including even that clip of Bill Clinton that you played, that it's built around a cult of personality. I see a little bit of projection right now. And right now we see a campaign that's built mostly around style rather than substance. And I do think Americans are going to be best served if this is an election built around competing policy visions for the future of the country. And I do think right now that's missing, if we're being very honest, from the Kamala Harris campaign and the Democratic campaigns more generally.
And not from the Trump campaign? Cult of personality? Really?
Well, look, that's why I bring it up. Like it or not, Trump has offered deep policy specifics, from everything from a vision for a cryptocurrency and digital assets framework, all the way to his specific proposals of what tariffs he would or wouldn't impose, a clear position on how to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict, a clear position on mass deportations in this country, and exactly what he would do to seal that southern border. You may or may not agree with the policies, but he has offered policy specifics at a level that we have not heard from Kamala Harris. And I do say this, I think it's accurate to say this. I think right now, so far in her campaign, it's early, but I think the media has been covering for her absence of policy specifics in the same way they were covering for Biden's cognitive deficits for the course of 3 years. And I do think Americans are left off worse as voters when we don't get those hard answers. So my advice to voters across the country would be, assume that her positions are what they were when she ran for U.S. president in 2020. That wasn't a long time ago. And if so, we ought to be having a debate about abolishing private health insurance, about taxes on unrealized capital gains, about the Green New Deal. That's the debate we need to be having, but we're not. And I think Americans are less well served as a consequence.
They have no response. When I say listen to their response, they have no response because they are shielding for her. She has had some very controversial policy positions. And Vivek Ramaswamy said a few of them. Unrealized capital gains tax. Like, you know how crazy that is? I want people to understand it. All you crypto dudes out there.
Hold on. Here's the other thing too. If that, he makes a good point. If they're not going to give us policies to talk about, we'll go with the ones that she was on the campaign trail talking about. Just go with that. That's her policies. She's just not proud enough about them to speak about them.
That made a lot of money through crypto and Bitcoin and all stuff. They want to tax unrealized gains. That means that if you have, I don't know, $10 million in growth, that's not most people. Let's say you had about 6,000, maybe 10,000, maybe 100,000. That's probably more accurate. People that's really trading and getting something done. You got about $100,000 of wealth growth in your that's assets in your portfolio. They want to tax you on that like a one-time tax. There are people who have $1 million, $10 million in unrealized capital gains, and they want to tax you off of that. And then if you get taxed at one time, you lose some of your money because the stock market dropped or whatever. What are you going to do with your money? You can end up zeroing out paying taxes and losing money if the stock dropped. I mean, what kind of policy is that? That makes no sense. We're going to tax the wealthy. How? And I'm going to make a video on Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo was at the DNC exposing the fact that they're talking about they're going to tax the wealthy, and they got $500,000 suite seats around the top of the stadium where you have to pay $500,000 to be in the suite at the DNC, which same thing with the Republican Party. But they're gonna make them pay their fair share. Get me, y'all stop believing these liars. These people are thugs. They lying, and the media is backing them. Where's her policy position on the border? I swear these people are so disingenuous. They had 3.5 years to do something about the border. They wait till election year to try to throw a spitball at the thing and say, "Oh, Republicans tried to ban it." Why don't y'all do something on day one? I mean, year 1, year 2, year 3. You wait to an election year to say, "Oh, we're going to push out a policy where we'll secure the border, but we're going to give $100 billion to Ukraine and Israel." And that's not the border. Separate the two. They won't do that. She said she's going to ban AR-15s. They're going to ban AR-15s. Then, okay, people like me that got tons of them, what do you want me to do with my guns? You want me to give them to the government? Are you going to pay? The optic was $600. Muzzle brake, the trigger, the Daniel Defense that I got, the POF that I got, like all the magazines, thousands and thousands of ammo. You gonna pay me for that? Because if you take my gun and shoot 5.56, what am I gonna do with the ammo? You know how much money I spent on these guns? You're gonna give me a $100 gift card? You out your effing mind. And then if you want us to turn them in, we turn ours in. The thugs ain't gonna turn theirs in. But see, y'all are protected by Capitol Police. The regular civilians ain't protected by nobody, and police officers they gonna get there after you get shot to do an investigation. They're not gonna be sitting in front of your house, make sure you don't get shot. It's the same policy position in California when they announced we're not gonna arrest anybody that don't steal over $900 worth of merchandise. The uptick in theft. They say, oh, they're not gonna get a $900. All I do is I can steal about $2,000, $3,000. Or what happens is everybody going to get about $900 and we send 30 people in the store. That's like $30,000 worth of stuff. And then, hey, if you get caught, just dump some of it. Only have about $900 in your possession and you're good. You see a crazy uptick. When they said we're going to legalize the use of hard drugs on the streets and not criminalize it, you got people coming from all over the country going to California, just shooting up and dying in the middle of the street. Fentanyl, heroin. You go down the list.
Yep. And that's what he's talking about. He's talking about you know, they make policies that's so chaos, destruction, and abuse. Do I have my right mic on? All right, good, I do. All right. That's what they do. And they do it with a smile on their face. They do it with a smile on their face. Right? Say, this is good for you. So you just, the establishment is out to get you. It always is, always has been. It's always been them against us. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been saying. At the root, that's what it is. So you don't have to really go much further outside of that idea to understand where you should stand. You should stand with the people that are standing against the people that are after you. I mean, it just gets really easy at that point, right? You can throw all the other shit out the window and be like, okay, well, you know, everything they do is going to cause some kind of form of destruction or degradation or chaos, right? None of their shit it never works out. People just keep buying the hype, but never looking at the results and understanding that it never works out. All of their policies are about taking power away from you, about setting you up for more potential abuse, more for crime to happen to you, for you to lose in this world. They have the losing reality, but they control reality. We must win reality back from them to live in a winning reality for all of us, right? That's what the concept is here. That's the idea I represent, right? It's to counter their losing reality with a winning reality, one where we are living safe and prospering, and we are living with solutions in mind to ongoing generational century level issues that we allow to keep coming back around because we're not addressing the root cause issues, right? That we start taking a more proactive approach to stopping this generational conflict that keeps recycling itself every 3 to 4 generations, right? That keeps the wealthy, elitist-minded people, elitist minded, not elite because they have money, but the elitist mindset that they're better than everybody else, regardless of all the things they make us worry about. Regardless of those things, they just think they're better than us, period. That we're just here to serve them. And that's the thing we have to understand. That most people that are sitting there with, you know, their thumbs up their asses and they're sitting there, they don't want to participate, they don't want to help out, they don't want to help make the bread, but they want to eat the bread, right? Little red rooster or little red hen, right? The story of the little red hen. Nobody wanted to help that hen make the bread, get all the stuff you needed for it, right? But then when they didn't have any food and they were hungry, they wanted some of that bread, didn't they? And the hen was like, go fuck yourself. All right. So let's move to the next one here. You might have seen this. I'm going to save that one for Saturday night. Good news. It goes good news. All right. So that's to help speed things up a little bit. Now, here we go. Real quick, I just want to like touch on this. We may make it through the whole thing. I don't know, but we'll see. I want to touch on this story right here.
Boop. We got this one from KXAN. I'm not sure which affiliate this is. Texas Attorney General investigating possible non-citizen voter registration. This is huge news because many people are wondering what the shadow campaign is going to be. This is an NBC.
Yeah, because we're going into election stuff now.
See that right there? So Attorney General Ken Paxton says he's launching an investigation into reports that organizations in Texas are illegally registering non-citizens to vote. We knew it. We knew it because we have something called the Help America Vote verification system, which for some reason throughout the year has shown large numbers of voter registrations in Texas coming back without matches. Very strange. 48,594 registration attempts as of August 17th for a 2-week period. These individuals did not have IDs. How are they registering to vote without an ID? Strange, isn't it? It's a very large number. We can see that here, total non-matches, 8,951. So let me slow down. They've now begun this investigation, but we've been warning about this since March, so maybe too little too late. Help America Vote Verification is the Social Security Administration's government website. It tracks when an individual registers to vote but doesn't have an ID. They attach the last 4 of the Social Security number, name, and birthday, and ask the Social Security Administration to verify that the numbers match. If they do, this person is in the SSA database. They say, okay, you can vote. However, there are non-citizens who have Social Security numbers because they get work permits. So they will get registered. When you ask yourself, why is there a large influx of people in Texas to the tens of thousands every week, weekly, don't have an ID and they're trying to vote? Where are those numbers coming from? It makes no sense, does it? The theory is these are illegal immigrants who don't have IDs because they wouldn't. and they're being registered to vote automatically, or there are organizations illegally doing it. Ken Paxton says, Texan, well, actually, let me just read the letter. The Ken Paxton immediate press release. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has opened an investigation into reports that organizations operating in Texas may be unlawfully registering non-citizens to vote in violation of state and federal law. Investigators in the Texas Attorney General's Election Integrity Unit recently conducted undercover operations to identify potential voter registration of non-citizens in Texas. The investigation has already confirmed that various nonprofit organizations have been located outside Texas Department of Public Safety driver's license offices, operating booths, offering to assist in voter registration for persons doing business at the driver's license offices. But all citizens have already been presented an opportunity to register to vote as part of the process of renewing or being issued an identification card or driver's license. So there is no obvious need to assist citizens to register to vote outside DPS offices, calling into question the motives of the nonprofit groups. Quote, Texans are deeply troubled by the possibility that organizations purporting to assist with voter registration are illegally registering non-citizens to vote in our elections. If eligible citizens can legally register to vote when conducting their business at a DPS office, why would they need a second opportunity to register with a booth outside? My office is investigating every credible report we receive regarding potential criminal activity that could compromise the integrity of our elections. The Biden-Harris administration has intentionally flooded our country with illegal aliens. And without proper safeguards, foreign nationals can illegally influence elections at the local, state, and national level. It is a crime to vote or to register to vote if you are not a U.S. citizen. Any wrongdoing will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. It is a crime in Texas to lie about your citizenship when you register to vote or to help someone else to do so. You can be sentenced up to 180 days in a state jail and pay up to a $10,000 fine. It is a crime to vote in Texas if you are not a U.S. citizen and a Texas resident, or to help someone vote who is not. You can be sentenced up to 20 years in prison and pay up to a $10,000 fine. The undercover operations have been conducted throughout major metropolitan areas of Texas and are ongoing. So what do you think? I think this. You take a look at the latest poll, Harris-Trump, and Trump is up only 5 points. Democrats have been cheering. They've been saying, have you seen the news? Texas is becoming competitive. Called it. I called it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long time ago. I was talking about this several months ago. I said, Texas is already very narrow. We saw, with the Beto O'Rourke's races, it's close. It really is. Now, Republicans still have the lead. Texas is presumed red. A lot of people have moved there who are more conservative leaning. They fled places like New York. But so if people fled California, some of these people may be Democrat. Doesn't matter. The prediction was closer to the election, the polls would tighten up in Texas and they'd say, maybe Texas could be in play. And then Texas goes blue. Trump can't win. Trump would have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada if he loses Texas. How does he lose Texas? An upstart. The polling was wrong. We weren't tracking for all the California transplants who moved to Texas and changed the vote of the state. Wow. Missouri's a possibility as well. Even if Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, every battleground, if Missouri and Texas flip because of the weird numbers that we've seen in HAVV, Trump can't win. He can win every battleground. But the reality is he's not going to win Wisconsin and he might win Michigan. But if Trump doesn't win those, it's 301 Kamala Harris. Will Texas actually go blue? That's the question. I think people.
Yeah, but he just totally said no to Virginia. Virginia's supposed to be going the other way around. New Jersey's supposed to be going the other way around.
I haven't been paying attention. The Republicans,
I don't know. It's interesting. What I wanted to take away from that was just that they're doing an investigation about illegal voting scheme, like because we all know that that's their new thing. That's the thing this time. I mean, they want to get another pandemic going on, but that's the whole thing, right? They're still going to be trying to do this shit right up until election day. So we got to keep talking about it.
Everything that we see, for example, in the federal level, between the Constitution, the U.S. Code, right? Congress passes the U.S. Code, and they trample all over constitutional rights all the time. This is a common pattern, but it doesn't make it lawful. Now, the legislature has power to regulate the manner of the voting. The same legislature that found earlier that they couldn't do this without a constitutional amendment. You can propose a constitutional amendment, but the statutes can't override and supersede that. That's the point. So acknowledging that the legislature's conduct with respect to the failed amendment is troubling, the majority nevertheless accepts it, making the people's vote to preserve this limitation absolutely meaningless. They are so dishonest, man. New York courts are now rigging the 2024 election, creating universal mail-in balloting with no, in my opinion, legal basis for doing that other than they want this to happen. We're going to go through the opinion. You can see CBS News says, wow, they're all going to be able to vote by mail. The court very excited about this. It was a 6-1 ruling that came down from the New York Court of Appeals, which is the highest court there. They call their highest court the Court of Appeals. Lower level courts are called the Supreme Court. It upheld a voter expansion law that was approved by the legislature in 2023 that allows any registered voter to cast a ballot by mail. Now, we're going to break that down because it's a little bit more complicated than that. State Republicans, including Elise Stefanik, who was behind this lawsuit, had argued the law was unconstitutional. Voters rejected a similar proposal, and the chief judge said there's no clear understanding that this is invalid because it's in conflict with the other constitutional rule. And so we're going to explain exactly what's happening about this. But Kathy Hochul thrilled. State Attorney Letitia James thrilled. We'll come back to their statements. Stefanik says the system is so corrupt and disgraceful that today's ruling has essentially declared that for over 150 years, the rules were just misunderstood. And now suddenly we get mail-in balloting across the entire state with the stroke of a pen. Here's the decision. You can see from New York's highest court in the state, the opinion, the cases, Elise Stefanik and many other people versus Kathy Hochul were trying to get universal mail-in balloting precluded from the 2024 election because it's not lawful. So here's what the judges say. Okay, they came back down 6-1 opinion. They find that the court can declare everyone can vote by mail. Here's the background on how this case came to be. There was a coalition of elected officials. There are people like Elise Stefanik, representative from New York. They come in, they're voters, they're party officials, they sue. There's this act that allows registered voters, it permits, so let's be clear about this, it permits all registered voters to vote early by mail in any election in which the voter is eligible to vote. Now, the plaintiffs say the act is unconstitutional. You can't do this. They seek a declaratory judgment and a permanent injunction. Election's right around the corner. Stop this. This act is unconstitutional. The question here is difficult, says the court. We don't know. Though the state constitution contains no language that explicitly requires in-person voting, the legislative and the executive branches have often proceeded as if our constitution does say that, and it requires that. So our courts have never been asked to determine what the constitution actually requires, they say. Now, recently, the legislature assumed that the constitution requires in-person voting. They said, all right, based on how we read it, it says we got to show up in person. So the legislature, right, the people who actually govern elections is the legislature, they passed concurring resolutions. So they passed 2 laws, 2 statutes, which is the right way to do this, that would culminate in the 2021 proposed amendment. So in 2021, they say, all right, after 2020, let's make everyone a mail-in voter. Now, the court acknowledges that in 2021, the public rejected that amendment, said, no, we don't want universal mail-in balloting. And we take seriously both the legislature's position in 2021 and the voters' rejection of the constitutional amendment. So the voters say, no, we don't want universal mail-in ballot. And the legislature came up with this, right? So they came up with an amendment, but the voters said no. Now, at the same time, we may not simply defer to the legislature's assumption about what the Constitution requires. So if the legislature says, okay, in order to do this, the legislature found we need a constitutional amendment. If we want to get mail-in balloting allowed, like the Constitution says we got to show up in person. So in order to change this, we need an amendment. It's a big deal.
This is all the legal, like, you know, insides and outs of what's going on here, right? But we all know why they're doing it. That's the thing that's just like, you know, underneath all. Like, we're going into the nuts and bolts of how they're getting away with it and what they just pulled off, and how, you know, all the people who are trying to pull a fast one are happy about it, right? And up in New York. But we all know what they're trying to do. We all know they're trying to cheat. That this makes no sense. It shouldn't be there. It's the wrong time to be talking about it. It's a desperation move. You know, if they had any real policies or any real success to run on, they wouldn't need to cheat. Yet they're trying to do this, right? And they're trying. It's just one of those things where it's like they're trying to say, "Oh, we're doing this in the name of helping other people." But no, it's all about this. It's using other people. You're using other people, using it in the name of using other people, I guess. And you're just trying to cheat. You're just trying to cheat. It's all about cheating, and then that's what's, you know. That's what's behind every single thing we're seeing here. Yet here's all the ins and outs, and here's all the ways they get away with it, and here's all the people that help it happen. And it's really just literally spelled out for you. Yet somewhere in some dark hole, there's someone trying to, you know, talk about some, you know, Zionist lizard organization, you know, that's doing all this shit, right? And meanwhile, it's the obvious corruption, the obvious people doing it, and the obvious reason why is right in front of you every day. It's just like, you know, the whole people that are jumping the shark and you know, chasing down conspiracy grifts are missing the fact that the conspiracies are always just laid out right out in the open
Legislature says, let's propose an amendment. We'll vote on it. The people in New York voted, rejected it. So then, right, rather than an amendment, as the legislature says you need, what happened is, it looks like, is we're going to get an act. So it's not actually a constitutional amendment that amends the Constitution. It's just a statute. That's not actually an amendment. And they're going to change the Constitution via statute. It's unconstitutional. It's sick. They do it in our federal government too. Now, our task is to rigorously analyze the constitutional text and the history to determine if the New York Early Mail Voter Act is unconstitutional. They say, no, it's perfectly fine. So as you can see, on September 20th, the act was signed into law. The act is, now by Kathy Hochul. It permits any registered voter to apply to vote early by mail. Law became effective on January 1st, among other things. The act authorizes all registered voters to apply to vote early by mail in any election in which the voter is eligible to vote. Now, the act provides that early voting application forms may be filed through the Board of Elections or through a mail-in ballot, as long as they're registered to vote. Now, this act came on the heels of a failed constitutional amendment, right, which would be the right way to bring this into fruition. The amendment would allow universal absentee voting. And just to be ultra clear on this point, right, the Constitution is where everything starts. Everything that we see, for example, in the federal level, between the Constitution, the U.S. Code, right, Congress passes the U.S. Code, and they trample all over constitutional rights all the time. This is a common pattern, but it doesn't make it lawful, right? The courts come back out and they say, oh, sorry, you can't do that. You have to go back and figure out a different way to do this. So that's exactly what happened. Can we amend the Constitution? No, but the little dictators don't care about that. The proposed amendment was passed by the legislature in 2019 and 2021, and it explained the legislature, which dictates how the elections are run. It says that voting by mail required a constitutional amendment, okay? Because the New York Constitution only allows absentee voting if a person expects to be absent from the county in which they live or because of illness or physical disability. So the government itself says, no, you got to be in person or you got to vote absentee. You want to change that? It's an amendment. Similarly, the ballot summary explained that the purpose of the amendment was to eliminate the requirement of providing a reason for having an absentee ballot. Voters rejected the amendment in 2021. That's not good enough for the courts, baby. So in 2023, then, the legislature passed the act. Now, the act is a little different. It's not going to be an amendment. So you're not going to need a bunch of effort to get it passed to amend the state constitution. You just need Congress, a bunch of Democrats to sign it, and the governor to sign it. And then suddenly they get the same thing, but they did it illegally. So the legislature then passed the act stating that early voting by mail is different from the failed provision of absentee voting. So they just put a different label on it. You see what happened? They transitioned the definition. The definition absentee voting, it's not how they identify it anymore. So they just identified it now as early voting by mail. They transitioned it. And so if that under that transition, now the legislature has power to regulate the manner of the voting. The same legislature that found earlier that they couldn't do this without a constitutional amendment. You can propose a constitutional amendment, but the statutes can't override and supersede that. That's the point. The same day the act was signed into law. All right. So they just said, we have power. This is them giving themselves the power to do this in violation of the legislature's own findings. The same day, the plaintiffs commenced this action. So Elise Stefanik, other people sue, seeking a declaratory judgment. And they say, look, the procedures are the same ones in place for absentee voting. Okay. So this new mail-in early voting by mail category is basically the exact same thing as absentee voting. They just literally labeled it differently so that they didn't have to amend the Constitution because they're cheaters. And then the courts are going to rubber stamp it. They sought declaratory judgment and other things. They said, Elise Stefanik said that the act violated the Constitution. Okay. The Constitution, which in order to change anything in here, you need an amendment. It says the legislature may by general law provide a manner, date, time, qualified electors when somebody may be absent. And they got to be unable to appear personally at the polling place. Now, although this text may not read conclusively to bar mail-in voting, like it doesn't say you're absolutely not allowed to do mail-in voting, the Elise Stefanik and the people of the state of New York say that the Constitution has historically understood as mandating in-person voting. And even just a few years ago, the legislature themselves acknowledged this. Okay, everybody in New York voted. The people voted for a constitutional amendment and they denied it. Intervener defendants filed a proposed motion to dismiss. So the government says, no. The legislature can do this. It's our broad powers. Nothing in the state constitution renders this act unconstitutional. So we can transition if we want to and identify absentee ballots as mail-in ballots. Kathy Hochul, state of New York, made the same arguments. Then the lower level court, like a Judge Mercan, declared that the act was constitutional. Said, oh yeah, it's fine. Universal mail-in voting, perfect. Yeah, we can rig those all day. Now the court agreed that Hochul basically and the people enforcing this act were given plenary power of the state legislature. And so the Constitution didn't say that they couldn't do this. And so if they have the power to regulate the manner of voting, then it's close enough. And so accordingly, the court said, no, sorry, Elise Stefanik and people of New York who voted to stop this from happening. Sorry, you guys are terrible. You suck. Sorry. We're allowed to do this. We want mail-in voting everywhere because we control it. And we're excited about that. Now, the court also highlighted the history and the court emphasized it was against this backdrop. So they give us a lot of background here. Then they said that they're allowed to do this. So Stefanik and others appealed this. Now, New York said, well, it's well settled that if the legislature passes something, there's a strong presumption that it's constitutional. Their power to enact laws is plenary, meaning they have a lot of it, and we defer to them. So the question that remains here is whether the New York Constitution stops the legislature from enacting universal mail-in balloting. Well, they say, well, what we just read doesn't actually establish an in-person voting requirement. And just because we were doing this for a long time doesn't mean that's how it should be. They argue that the Constitution mandated in-person voting. They said that specifically the New York Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, says every citizen shall be entitled to vote at every election. The word at, it's a preposition. preposition. It refers to in person, at the location. They say in 1777, the Constitution literally replaced the word viva voce, which is voting by voice, with ballot voting. They changed it. The Constitution must require in-person voting. They said, no, you can't vote by voice. You shout it out. It's a ballot. You got to drop it off in person. But they say, no, that's not true. Some people did vote by voice. And because they replaced it with ballots, one could conclude that a ballot's even more transferable than a voice, because ballots don't even have to be cast in person. And so the word at is meritless. No member of the court here accepts the word at. In fact, at, we looked it up in Cambridge Online English Dictionary, it means a bunch of things. And also they look back to 1821. Every male citizen over the age, these were some of the qualifications. Voting in the election district was something else they talked about. Dissenting, Garcia. He says, okay, look, yeah, while the legislature does have a lot of power, including as relevant here, to make a bunch of rules through the language of the state constitution, the state constitution limits that authority. For more than 200 years, the state constitution has restrained and been understood to restrain the plenary power with respect to absentee voting, okay? You can only vote absentee if you're in a certain category of voter: absence, illness, and physical disability. Just 3 years ago, the legislature sought permission from the people of New York, the actual citizens, in the form of a constitutional amendment. Can we please remove that limit, please? Can we please have the power to enact no excuse absentee voting? Please, you have to give it to us because we don't have it. They explained it was necessary to change the text of the Constitution before they could do it. The ballot materials that went out to potential voters informed them that the purpose of this proposal is to eliminate the requirement that a voter provide a reason for voting by absentee. 3 years ago, they admitted it. By deleting the requirement that's currently in the Constitution that restricts the absentee voting to limited circumstances. Now, the amendment was defeated by a wide margin. The people of New York rejected it, leaving the public to believe the restriction remained. But nevertheless, shortly thereafter, not good enough for these cheaters and dictators, the legislature passed and Governor Hochul signed into law a sweeping no excuse universal absentee ballot voting procedures act. So the people, be damned, your voice doesn't matter. The legislature just told you to shove it. The majority approves reading the limitation on absentee voting out of the Constitution by undermining it. And then they say that there was another amendment that removed it in 1966 that we just discovered. So acknowledging that the legislature's conduct with respect to the failed amendment is troubling, the majority nevertheless accepts it, making the people's vote to preserve this limitation absolutely meaningless. They are so dishonest, man. They call themselves a party of democracy. The people just voted on this, man. It says, I cannot join in that result. Above plenary power in politics, the Constitution establishes a limit, long enshrined, well understood, and recently reinforced on the legislature's authority to enact this procedure. The no excuse universal mail-in voting legislation violates the constitutional limitations, and so I dissent. You have to consider the role of the legislature. This is why. Yeah, there's a lot of power here, but it's limited. The right to vote is defined in the Constitution. We have universal rights. We have rights to create regulations. The function of a constitution is to provide limitations. The Constitution limits the government. That's the point. Now, in doing so, in our analysis, we recognize the unique role of the people. The people, we the voters, have in interpreting the Constitution's texts. And policy arguments also do not factor into our analysis. So he says, look, a review of the plain text shows that the people of the state of New York, the voters, intended the Constitution to limit the authority to make absentee voting laws. This is now unconstitutional. Article 2 of the New York Constitution sets out a fundamental right of every citizen to vote. And there's only two categories of voters for whom the legislature has authority to pass laws in which they can impact the manner, time, location, those things. That's if they can't appear because of illness or disability. And so this is the legislature's power. They can't go beyond that. And we have these different concepts that are baked into the rules. Now, the government argues that Section 7 of the Constitution overrides this other section, but that argument fails. Their reading gives them so much authority, so great, is that they can create entirely new systems and procedures of voting just out of their butts, rather than more logical reading that it grants to the recording of the votes. You are granted limited authority, and you're overriding that. Now, textually, reading the text, he goes through the terms ballot and such other method. And so if you interpret the plain text of the Constitution as we look at it now, it leads inexorably to the conclusion that the legislature's authority to permit absentee voting is limited to two categories. That's it. The Early Male Voter Act violates that. 1894, this court held that the elector must vote at the polls of the election, not elsewhere. Case law. The majority now interprets that clear statement with uncertainty. Over 100 years later, this court again recognized constitutional limitations on the authority to pass absentee ballot legislation. They said, no, none of that was contemplated in the Constitution. But now this court seeks to undermine this abiding interpretation, and it disregards the will of the people just to make it more palatable. And it's a total tyrannical act from the New York legislature and the New York governor, violating the people's explicit will. The New York Constitution has usually struck a balance between these two things. We had residency limitations and other constitutional provisions. The reader applauds the sentiment, but laments being powerless to impose a remedy. But this court has the power and the duty of a remedy of what happened here. Our failure diminishes us and nullifies the will of the people. I dissent. One judge out of 7 of them stands firm and says, well, the people just got totally screwed in New York. They voted to not have this happen, and they did it anyways. So rigged, clearly, as you can see, and they just do whatever they want in New York. There's no semblance of law there at all.
Yep.
Nothing screams unity.
All right. Yeah, so I think like my take on that is total BS, right? They're trying to get this done before the election. They're trying to send out their probably are going to start mailing those things out. And then it needs to go to the Supreme Court like immediately. the United States Supreme Court immediately and get struck down, because they're the ones who decide what's constitutional and what isn't in our government. So let's hope that happens, because otherwise, New York's in on the scam. All right. Let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's time to move over to July 13th stuff, isn't it? Let me get that playlist up and ready. All right. So we got a few things tonight on the July 13th assassination attempt. There's been other attempts actually, and that's what we're gonna lead off with, I believe here. Not attempts, but plots. Plots have been discovered. And I don't know if they're getting a lot of airplay, but first and foremost, we're going to go back to our body cam investigations. And we just got 3 things here, 3 quick things. It should be done pretty rapidly. So let me get this queued up. And yes, I am at 125 speed, Suzanne. 125 speed. Because we had the early presentations, live stuff we did, and I wanted to make sure I fit everything in. So we're going a little quick, but everybody here is really smart and can follow along. Let me see here. All right, Greg Hughes, Investigations.
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This video is regarding where was Thomas Crooks in that new video when he was walking by some of the merchandise booths in that new video where he's just walking. Now, RSBN has a video out, and they were in generally the same area. You know, you can see the booths, but in Thomas Crooks' video, the booths are on the other side, so he's obviously walking
the other way.
Away, you know, north in this video. I guess south, perhaps in real life. But so, like, he's walking the same direction these people are right there. And you know, when we're looking at the Thomas Crooks video, there's a version of it on Twitter, and you see him walking, and they slowly zoom in. Now, what was really important for me is this part right down here at the bottom of the screen. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little bit better on the screen. It looks like
that poor guy in the blue who was just
blocked out a little bit. All right, so see at the bottom of the screen right there, there's this portion that is a solid cement color. Right. And I didn't really notice that for a while because I was looking at the zoomed in portion because I was focused in on the tents, etc. But it turns out that that's really important. And also this yellow line, that made it seem like it was on a main road. So man, I was looking all over the place, you know, especially, you know, out here, perhaps, maybe they shut the roads down, didn't really know. And just took me a long time. But I also noticed in the background, in the picture of Thomas Crooks or the video, you can see when it gets a little bit further. Let's play it. See the trees in the background? It's just a solid mass of trees back there. And I always needed to keep that in mind. And so eventually I found a location near where the event took place.
Okay.
And look back there. There's this full area where it's just trees. And there really isn't any other place like that around off of a street. You see, it's just not like that. So that really is about the only place. And this turns out to be the place where people were parking their car and where merchandise was being sold. So first I was looking around in this area. Maybe they shut down the landing area, but I thought that'd be pretty stupid when you have a president or former president doing a rally. Maybe he'd need some way to get out of there. So I don't think they would shut that down. Then I was looking at this. Well, this doesn't work. Again, if we take a look at the image, there seems to be a road that's turning to the left here. And then there's yellow going down. So, I mean, this took a long time for some reason. I mean, it's just crazy. I did spend a lot of time looking at these, and then I was looking at these right here. These roads going like that, and I didn't see anything that looked like that, this little mark here. And, you know, I actually put the different time, 25, 22. These are when RSBN is at the location
coming up
that
next.
I have right there. So, for example, if I go back to 25 minutes about, let's go there. Yeah, right here, see that building in the background? If you were to go down here, and you come down, there's that rusty roof building right there on the side, and then that building has that face showing, and that's right there. So they're right in this area at that time. So I had already been mapping out where RSBN was, but it wasn't until, again, that I saw that one piece of asphalt that it really made a difference, right down here at the bottom of the screen. Because after noticing that and looking around, I kept looking at all of these. I can see a faint line there. Looks like a double yellow line on the video with Thomas Crooks. And then RSBN was here at 41:37 in the video. And then Thomas Brooks is right here. Here's that dark color asphalt. It's right there. Now there's a vehicle that's parked right here behind him, and you can see that as well in the RSBN video later on. If you go around to like the 40, I don't know, let's see, about 34, or right around after this, you can see a vehicle parked there. But eventually in one of the shots, you can see
so
if they turn to the...
we pretty much figure out where he is. I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead on this one because I just don't think it's that consequential towards the investigation. But in case you're wondering, that's where he was. That's the part I wanted to show you guys when it came to that. Not a lot of new stuff coming out. We covered a lot of stuff on the last show, but more new stuff coming out.
In a shocking turn of events that reads like a Hollywood thriller and alleged.
Here we go. A Trump assassination plot foiled in Arizona. And there's been a few things popping up here, but let's take a look at this real quick.
In a shocking turn of events that reads like a Hollywood thriller, an alleged assassination plot against former President Donald Trump was thwarted today. As Trump prepared to visit the southern border in Arizona, authorities launched a manhunt for the 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servud, a registered sex offender suspected of planning to shoot the former president. Now, this is not just a close call, folks. It's a reminder of the very real dangers facing those who dare to challenge the status quo. Now, check this out. Are you listening? As we witness these attempts on President Trump's life, it's clear that our world is becoming increasingly unstable.
Okay.
And just like Trump, you need to protect yourself and your family, and that's where Global Gold Investments comes in. We watched the different plane malfunctions with Trump Force 1 and, of course, Vance's Trump Force 2. And, of course, what happened in Pennsylvania in Butler, that was a close call. But now this all unfolded to...
Hey, the plane stuff we went over the other night. Like, that's just, we know that he only has his people working on planes. So the stuff just happens to be coincidental, but planes need maintenance.
Today, an urgent manhunt for Arizona suspect who threatened to shoot Trump during his border visit. Urgent manhunt for Arizona suspect threatened to shoot Trump visiting the border today. Arizona authorities have launched urgent manhunt for a suspect who allegedly threatened to shoot Donald Trump during a trip to the border. And now we're learning also, not just this moment, but something happened in North Carolina just yesterday. This is all coming to light. So it looks like there was also an attempt in North Carolina.
Well, unless he's got some new news that I haven't heard yet, North Carolina thing was a traffic dispute where the people in the vehicles, or one of the guys in the vehicles, had guns with them, which, is illegal in North Carolina to bring those to any kind of public event. So either that guy was just ignorant of the fact or something, but I'll let him go ahead and tell me what he's going to say. But if it's the one I'm thinking about, it wasn't an attempt. So
we're going to get to the bottom of that. And of course, Donald Trump's reaction: a manhunt underway for a man threatening to kill President Trump during his visit to the border. Authorities searching for a 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servud, who's believed to be in Cochise County, where Trump is visiting.
Man, just a little too fast there, buddy. Yeah, I just want to put this guy's face up here. Registered sex offender, voting for Kamala Harris, hates Trump. How about that? Just go. There we go. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Now it's going to be all confused for a second. Let's go.
Year-old Ronald Lee Servud, who's believed to be in Cochise County, where Trump is visiting.
That guy looks like a typical kind of like leftist, hardcore leftist.
Now, Donald Trump was actually asked about this manhunt, and he, listen to him.
Also have a job to do.
Hey, there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming? And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much.
So they kept it from him. There was a manhunt underway. They didn't even tell him.
Just saying, but no. And I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. Mm-hmm. So I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
So he made the trip regardless of what happened. Now, we're learning here Donald Trump was just forced to end an interview early due to the threat of another assassination attempt. Now, this is all what just happened on the scene. We've also, Andy, has uncovered the social media accounts of this lunatic. We'll get into that in a second, and then we'll go back and take a look what happened yesterday in North Carolina. But first, here is Libby Dean posting that Trump cuts the interview with News Nation, Ali Bradley TV, citing safety concerns. Listen.
Obviously, in this area, obviously an assassin tried to kill you.
Yeah,
the sheriff
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
We're in danger standing here talking, so let's not talk any longer. No, I know about it, but they don't want me standing here. They don't want you standing here either. Have a good time. Thank you very much.
They don't want me standing here. Donald Trump, this is from News Nation. 3 hours ago, Donald Trump abruptly ended an exclusive interview with News Nation on Thursday when a security detail alerted the former president and Republican nominee that he would not be safe continuing the interview, stating that we are in danger. Trump rushed away by Secret Service during an interview. And we have this violent rhetoric to thank. We have Nancy Pelosi comparing defeating President Trump to America going to war against the British and Confederacy. Carrie Bone on X basically stating that Pelosi just gives the okay to assassinate Trump. Listen to this.
We have to defeat a person who is a threat to our democracy of the kind that we have not seen. At the beginning of our country, Thomas Paine said that times have found us. Declare war, establish a new nation. Abraham Lincoln took up that charge to keep our country together years later, decades later, and now the times have found us to save our democracy. That is what we are here to do.
That is what we're here to do, folks. That's what we're here to do. Save our democracy from the evil
Confederacy. The Confederacy was the Democrats. She's such an idiot. Like most people don't even realize that anymore. They don't even think that way. But yeah. And by the way, worst sound check ever in the background. 1, 2, 3, 4. You gotta hit that mic. You gotta hit it. Check. All right. Use your diaphragm or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Worst sound check ever. But anyways, yeah, I mean, that's just, yeah, it's like the equivalent of taking on the British, right? Only the authoritarians. I'm just so sick of these liars. I cannot. Wouldn't it be great to live in a world where people like this we never had to hear from them?
Trump. It's this very rhetoric that inspires people to act out violently against President Trump. Now, we can take a look at some of the social media posts and found the X account belonging to the sex offender at the center of the manhunt in Arizona over alleged plans to assassinate Trump using the known alias Rudy Lee. He often posted on X about his dislike of Trump and the political right. Here he is. This is his sex offender registry listing, and he has dozens of aliases. Here is his X account.
Yeah, I went over this whole party flipping thing. Strom Thurmond moving over to the Republican Party does not mean that it flipped. I mean, basically, that's all that happened. But they've been living this lie. We talked about that way back on Repairing History, like the original Repairing History show. Yeah, that's just a bunch of bullshit. They use to rebrand themselves, right? And then paint the other side as the bad guys. Like, can you imagine? Like, people don't just like totally flip parties. Like, there's a policy, there's a platform underneath these parties, right? And not that it's all going to suddenly flip to like, it's not like, it's like suddenly if like the Republicans suddenly just started adopting all the Democrat policies and all the Democrat policies were adopted by, all the Republican policies were adopted by the Democrats, right? And then you started hearing people like Kamala Harris talking like Donald Trump and Donald Trump talking like Kamala Harris. That's flipping. That never happened. That never happened. So it's really just, again, it's informational abuse, right? They're just abusing people with low information, low political IQs, low information, boxed into their narrative. It's just it's abuse. Just call it abuse.
You repost, just keep drinking your Donnie Jim Jones Trump Kool-Aid. This guy definitely hates Trump. Not my president. Posting this meme. Keep drinking your radical right-wing orange Kool-Aid. That was just a few of the posts that Andy No.
Yeah, that's a seriously radicalized person right there that says stuff like that.
Had uncovered. Also, the Facebook alias account of the Arizona man wanted by law enforcement for the threat to Trump. Here is some of his posting. You can see some of the imagery talking about, okay, here's where he is talking about going to Arizona. Trump is going through here tomorrow and going to Naco, Arizona, to the port of entry here in port of entry to Mexico, There's a bar right there called Gay 90s. No, it's not a gay bar. Dawn and I will be there early. I bought a scope for my 44 revolver. Unlike the dweeb that missed, I won't. Maybe I'm joking, or am I? Wink, wink. So this is what he posted just about 21 hours ago. And here he says that the shooting was rigged. And he also says that he gives the shooter an A for effort. Would have gotten an A+ if he succeeded. By the way, the kid was a registered Republican. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, low information right there, right? It's low information, confirmation bias, whatever he could say to keep living in his false belief system.
So this is some of the rhetoric that he posted on Facebook, on X as well.
And now he's going to
here's
pay for
something
it.
interesting. This
Good.
is what we're also learning about what happened in North Carolina.
All right.
Now
let's learn
listen to
some more.
this. There were arrests made in North Carolina, and the media was dead silent on it. Where's the post? Here it is.
Let's go.
Here it is.
Yeah,
At least one arrest. It was about an hour after the rally concluded here, and we looked over in the parking lot and
Okay, an hour after the rally had concluded.
saw this law enforcement presence, and then saw the law enforcement officials.
There he is. Yeah, there's the guy in the red shirt. These two guys had a beef. Law enforcement got involved. They searched the guy's car. They found weapons. It was not an attempt on anyone's, it wasn't.
Removing these weapons from the vehicle here, where at least one arrest was made. And
You're removing it from the vehicle. But it's like, wow. But it's like, dude, most people that go to these kind of rallies are constant. They believe in the Second Amendment. Why wouldn't they have that? Now, this guy again in North Carolina, when you go to a public event like this, you're not allowed to bring weapons with you. That's their law, right? So that's what he's going to get charged with.
in terms of why they had the weapons here, if there was any motive or intention that was nefarious, we don't know that at this point. We're working to get more details, but it certainly underscores this concern of security that you've had, especially on today, the first rally.
See, but this is like, this to me is convoluting things. Like, you know, two people get in a dispute. That happens, right? Unfortunately, they lost their tempers and they got to a point where the police became involved. Somehow they got their car searched. I don't understand how that happened yet. I don't really care too much because it's a interpersonal conflict. It has nothing to do with Trump or the rally itself. It just happened to happen there, and shit like that happens. I mean, you can't just, because there was an assassination attempt, now everything has to look like it's a plot, right?
Since that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, that was held in an outdoor venue like this.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
There you have it. North Carolina also experiencing something we're just learning about. But now we're learning that he was apprehended, captured, and arrested. Ronald Lee Servid, captured and arrested.
Captured and arrested. Enjoy your jail time.
So yesterday we were talking about the fact that RFK could soon be joining the Trump team. And there was concern that even more assassination attempts would amplify in the wake of that alliance. And we're learning now that Donald Trump will be speaking in Arizona tomorrow, and they have announced a special guest. They have not announced exactly who that guest will be. We can only guess that it will be Robert F. Kennedy.
And it was.
So Nancy Pelosi continuing to turn up the rhetoric, comparing Donald Trump to a criminal that deserves to be taken out.
Yep, that's what she's doing, and she will always be doing that. Where are we at? All right, I just want to point out one thing. I'll make this quick.
Well, we all knew that.
I just want to point out one thing, and this goes into the degrifting.
Well,
category.
we all knew.
Hold on. We all know who I'm bringing up. The guy who shouldn't be covering this, that still is, but that's okay. He has a right, his freedom to do it. Yes, and he's misleading tons of people. He doesn't care. But I do like his other stuff. So on this issue, he's doing a horrible job, but he doesn't have enough time to do it right. Trump assassin didn't act alone! Exclamation point. This was the lead of his title on the video. Do you think that he proves this in the video? Right? Do you think that he proves this? Or do you think that he's doing this to put money in his pocket? And unfortunately, got to call you out, Jeremy. How dare you put a headline like that on your video? You know exactly damn well what that does to people, right? And there's no proof whatsoever in any way, shape, or form that statement is true.
Well, we all knew that the first attempt on Donald Trump's life wouldn't be the last. And I don't believe that it's even the last we'll see between now and November 5th. Well, a man, after a manhunt took place,
was just arrested, and we're going to talk about that, as well as some very interesting new details about the individual that everybody's already forgotten about. You know, Mr. Crooks.
Nobody's forgotten about it, Jeremy. Nobody's forgotten about it. You think that this shows you how little he looks at anything else, right? He thinks that it's been forgotten about because what? Because mainstream media isn't telling him about it. That's what he thinks, that because mainstream media isn't talking about it as much anymore, then everybody's forgotten about it, in his opinion, which goes to show he's not very informed.
Everybody's already forgotten about him, not me.
On this
I
topic.
refuse to forget about him.
You need to come watch my show so I can get you right.
And I hope if you also refuse to forget about him, you'll leave a like on the video right now.
I haven't forgotten about him. I'm not forgetting about you not getting this right. I like your other stuff. I wish you the best. I hope you make $1 million. But and you already have, right? You already have. But again, I have to push back against people who are not doing the truth a favor and it has mass influence over people's opinions, and in a lot of cases shape their opinions.
As you watch it, here's some interesting new details.
And this is why right here.
First of all, we have this article. Exclusive. Representative Michael Waltz says he is not convinced that Matthew Crooks acted alone in the attempt on Donald Trump's life. This is also...
That does not mean that he didn't act alone. Trump assassin didn't act alone, exclamation part. That doesn't mean anything. He has his... We don't know why he thinks that, right? We don't know why he thinks that, but he's obviously way behind the curve on the issue if he still thinks that.
After a report in the New York Post where it says Matthew Crooks had encrypted messaging apps.
And look what he posted this on X. Who was helping him? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Seriously, man. Seriously. Look at you, all frantic. You're like a frantic little leftist right here. Who was helping him? And it's like, you influence people. You have so much reach, right? And you put this out there. This is not helping anybody, Jeremy. You're actually hurting people by doing this.
In Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand.
Trump's shooter had encrypted messaging accounts. Yeah, he's getting ready to say, I do the same thing. I have the same stuff.
That's all fine and dandy. Who was he talking to? Who was helping him? Who?
You don't know what he was doing. And that who was helping? Who? Nobody was helping him. He may have been using it for gaming. He may have been using it to order things online, right? He may have been using it because he's paranoid about government intrusion, and he's Gen Z, and they are more hip to this stuff than old schoolers.
Who is he conversating with? I wouldn't say that that's normal, but what agencies was he talking to? What federal agencies?
See, why would you even bring that up? Who says that a 20-year-old kid from Podunk, Pennsylvania is talking to federal agents? You're insinuating that. Who encrypted act equals talking to federal agents? It's like, dude, the false logic is just is strong with this one.
Was he perhaps talking to? I don't think that many people feel satisfied by this answer. Now, look, we'll look at this article and maybe.
What do you mean many people? Who have you talked to that I don't think many people? You mean the conspiracy grifters aren't happy with this? That it was just that somebody has an encrypted app on their phone, and that's like most people. I mean, does anybody here have Proton Mail? I mean, that's encrypted. If you have a Proton Mail account, you must be talking to the feds.
Maybe all this means is that he had a VPN and he would log into various locations. Or maybe these are the headquarters of various apps he used.
Oh, yeah, maybe you should look into it instead of asking questions.
Thomas Matthew Crooks used encrypted messaging accounts on various platforms located in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany, according to a member of the Congressional Task Force investigating the attempt on Donald Trump's life. Representative Michael Waltz is one of 13 lawmakers tapped to serve the House Bipartisan Task Force, told reporters Wednesday at a press conference at the Trump Hotel in Chicago that, quote, overseas accounts piqued his suspicion immediately in regard to their motives. Why does the 19...
That's a quote. So that could have been him describing something. I'd like to see the full context of this.
Kid who's in healthcare need encrypted platforms, not even based in the United States, but based abroad, where more Terry organizations know it's harder for our law enforcement to get into. I mean, this is kind of a boomer line of questioning. I mean, I use Signal. And
say it's like, well, I use it. I use Signal.
That's an encrypted messaging app. Yeah. Telegram's an encrypted.
You must be working with the feds, Jeremy, because you just said it. Yeah, who are you talking to? What feds are you talking to, Jeremy? What feds? You just said it. You admitted, Jeremy. Here, I'm going to make a new headline and make a video. The quartering admits to working with the feds to coordinate July 13th assassination attempt on Trump. Yep, it's out there. You did it.
Messaging app. I used to use that. I wasn't up to no good with it.
Oh yeah, sure you weren't. Sure, Jeremy.
So I think that's kind of like, oh, why was she wearing a short skirt? That's a question since day one. A Republican panel member said before pivoting to go after the Secret Service and the FBI for declining to release the full findings of their investigation into the July 13th event. Well, why is it?
I mean, dude, they've been releasing it as they're done with it. I mean, I don't know what this timeline everybody's on is, but we seem to be getting plenty of information here, right? We're on top of it. We know where things are at. We know exactly how he got on the roof, the route he traveled, what he had on him, who was there first, who saw what from what angle, who shot what, when, how, where, from what angle. I mean, dude, we know so much about this without having to have our hands held by government official stories, and speculative conspiracy grifters. I mean, literally, if you've been coming to my channel and you've been following July 13th, you are one of the most informed people out there when it comes to this, up-to-date informed person out there when it comes to this topic. I mean, at least around this scene, around this LawTube adjacent scene, around whatever other scene that I'm around, right? You're getting the second veil scene. You're getting the best information possible, and we're doing it logically. We're doing it carefully, and we're doing it. We're walking it in with patience, and we're looking for the truth and all. And that's it. That's it. Not a confirmation bias. Not to uncover some big conspiracy plot that doesn't exist. There's plenty of them out there that do. We can talk about, but to run this into the ground and get clicks and views. And as you can see, as you can see here. When you do things the truthful way, and you are just trying to be patient, and you're not spiking people's emotions, and you're not conning people into believing things or getting sensationalized so that you can get more revenue, right? That it's not that popular. It's not that popular. You can see it's not that popular. I don't have tens of thousands of people piling into my live streams to hear me set the record straight for them. No, they're piling into Jeremy's live streams to be emotionally triggered and have their confirmation bias if they're on the conspiratorial end of this, right? But yet here we are, the base crowd, and everybody here is getting the real story. Which kind of world do we want to live in?
Isn't the FBI releasing it? Of course. Of course. They need to be releasing information as they come across it, because this wasn't an isolated incident, which we're going to talk about in a minute. We know it isn't. The threats are continual, Waltz claimed, citing that an alleged sophisticated plot by a Pakistani national who paid.
And by the way, I do like Jeremy. I do like him. He's just really fucking up on this one. And when someone else really fucks up on things, he make sure that they know about it, doesn't he? This is just a peer review.
Off purported hitmen to go after Trump and other U.S. officials. The FBI is expected to brief the task force later on Wednesday, so yesterday, which the Florida Congressman retired Green Beret said he hoped would shed some light on the ridiculously flawed security footprint for the Trump campaign event in Pennsylvania.
I'm waiting to hear about how he was helped. How did he not act alone? I'm waiting.
One of the other things, floating around is the red truck man.
Okay, now you've just pivoted off of that. And I want to point out one thing. Let me just click back. Probably going to float
around is the red truck man event in Pennsylvania.
See this picture right here? Again, the mainstream media and others, they're still using his underage picture. They're not using the correct picture with him, like his modern picture, his up-to-date picture. They're using his kiddie school picture, right? I don't understand people who are doing that. They're doing it first veil, second veil, establishment media, new media. They're all doing it. A lot of people are doing it. Mainly the conspiracy grifters, but some investigators are still using his kid picture, and I think they need to kind of evolve into using the most accurate picture for him and do better than everybody else right now. All right, let's go.
One of the other things floating around is the red truck man.
Yeah, his first little title there, full of shit.
There's a red truck man present at the event that several witnesses were reported talking about.
Towards me first, I was the first one in this area.
The red truck man. Okay, so this is what happens when people speculate. Now, this is reminding me of Sandy Hook again, where the parents got harassed, right? Or parents got harassed that just lost their children, right? By idiots on the internet, from the internet, listening to bigger idiots listening to maybe COINTELPRO, but even bigger idiots, right? There's an avalanche of idiots going out and then fucking with real people, right? In real life.
Area. So you got to get out of here, And then after you left me, he worked his way up the fence to, I think, those two guys next to the guy in the yellow.
He got out of the car? So somebody else was driving?
Leaves, no trouble. It's a private property. Okay. No one's allowed to be here.
Now, what they're talking about is a man in a red truck who worked for AGR. Local sleuths located the man and are accusing him of clearing the path for Thomas.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Excuse me, sir. Did you drive a red truck?
Yes, I did.
You're the red truck guy? Is that an AGR hat on your head? You're the red truck guy.
Look at that, harassing the man. He's just trying to get a beer after work, and they're harassing him in his own hometown. Like, what the hell? What the hell? Now, this guy running off like that, he's probably just sick of this shit. I would have been like, dude, what are you doing, man? I would have actually tried to, like, win the guy over, or at least talk to him and be like, look, come on outside, let's sit down and have one of these beers. Can you drink a beer? Let's have one of these beers, right? And let's sit down. Once you get to know me real quick, and I'll tell you about what happened. And this guy could go back and be like, look, man, I say, look, man, you really want to just go around and try to find people and harass them? Maybe he just happened to run into him and figured he could, again, the whole profit motive, right? The attention-seeking motive of people, right? Powered up by people who grift, right? Who are grifting, who are obviously grifting on this, right? Empowered by them, inspired by them. They go out and then harass people in real life.
I found him. Clearing the line of fire, were you?
See, listen to that guy. Clearing the line of fire. What does that even fucking mean? What does that even mean? Clearing, what does that even mean? Is this the guy that was down there telling people to get off the fence line? Clear, what do you mean the line of fire? The guy was on the fucking roof. How's he going to clear the air above ground, above a roof? How's he going to clear that? Fucking idiot.
Yeah, you were. Got a good picture of him there for the internet.
I did. The guy have a good picture of him there for the internet, man. I'm fully in favor of this guy turning around and decking this dude, make him eat his phone.
Not really. He's pretty shaky.
Excuse me, sir.
Now, this guy apparently was going up and down and telling people to get off the lawn.
Okay, that's the guy. Remember? That was the guy from way back. We saw him like weeks ago, right? He was going, hey y'all, this is private property. Hey y'all, this is private property. That's the guy. We just never got to see his face before. He looked taller in the other video.
GR building. Now, normally, look, you guys know that normally I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy.
Really? That's all you've been doing on this, Jeremy. That's all you've been doing on this fucking story, is being a conspiracy guy, right? You don't do research. You don't double check what you're talking about. You're not up to date on anything, right? Then this is kind of up to date here, but I mean, you're up to date on the harassment. Okay, good. But you're not up to date on the body cam footage. Obviously, you're not up to date on anything that's been going on by real investigators.
This and the other thing, but in the lack of information from the federal government or from people actually investigating it, people are going to ask questions and people want to know, who is this red truck guy? To me, Occam's razor.
What do you, oh God. Okay. Something you're not using at all during goddamn Occam's razor. Here we go. Default to philosophy. Another popular fucking tactic used by people that aren't actually using any logic. Oh, Occam's razor, Occam's razor says it was exactly what you saw. It was one guy acting alone who did it. But your entire video is based on the opposite of Occam's razor. Except for another would-be shooter. That's probably that's the guy that we saw, the Rudy Lee guy, right? That's the only part that it's not Occam's razor here. Maybe he was in on it too, huh? Was Occam razor say that he's in a conspiracy, or that he's a fucking nut job that's just inspired to do harm? Which one does Occam's razor tell you? What about this? I mean, dude. I mean, so harassing a man for just doing his job out in public, with a bunch of assumptive, unproven allegations, and just from some ass clown trying to make clicks and views. Probably Dave, right? Dave, this ass clown, trying to make clicks and views on the internet by harassing somebody with a conspiracy theory that's not true. Which came from a conspiracy grifter or other grifters that are out there trying just to make money off people's ignorance.
The most likely answer is he literally does work for AGR, and he was just on some weird power trip, telling people to get out of there, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what the most based response is in this, because that's exactly what happened, right? That's exactly what happened. So why are you talking about it? You should be going after this guy for harassing him. So let's see what you
clear off the lawn and get off his company's property. Some people believe perhaps there's more to it. People had referred to this red truck man in several videos.
People had referred to him in several videos. And this is your basis for all this, right? I mean, yeah, people have referred to him because they're idiots. They didn't take their time and investigate this. They didn't take their time and say, well, this doesn't make any sense. The guy was out there trying to get people off the property. People shouldn't have been back against the fence anyways. It was not a secured area, right? It was not. They weren't doing a good job securing that area. And if that was supposed to be fenced off, and people weren't supposed to be over there on the private property, they should have done a better job of fencing it off and keeping people out of there. This guy shouldn't have had to go out there and do that.
Of him trying to clear people out of the AGR building, of the area. Here's his red truck. Someone followed our lead and snuck in the parking lot. Our cars, shocking message before. So here's the guy.
There's the guy who followed the lead, right?
With the red truck.
They all thought it was Crooks.
Is it possible that this guy was, involved? Sure, anything's possible at this point. We don't have any information, to the contrary. But I would caution people. He does act pretty weird.
He doesn't want to be harassed, dude. He doesn't want to be harassed. He doesn't want to be on the internet. He doesn't want people coming and stalking his house. He doesn't want people getting his image, right? And then figuring out where he lives and then harassing him like everybody does on the internet because of people like you put out bullshit headlines like Trump assassin didn't act alone, ! Like you literally are causing this to happen, Jeremy, right? And you sit there and you make money off of it, right? But you're causing this to happen, and now here you are reporting on it. Problem, reaction, solution, huh?
I will say it does act pretty weird. If somebody said that to me, like, hey, aren't
you everybody?
You the guy where you clearing the path for the shooter or something like that? I would be like, are you kidding me? No, absolutely not. But
I would too. But this guy evidently is from a different time and place, right? We understand how the internet works maybe better than him, but he definitely is trying to avoid a confrontation. He may be getting very mad right now at the fact that he's being harassed, and instead of going off and looking bad on camera, right? Because maybe he's got you could tell by the video of him going down the fence line that he has a little bit of a temper. He has a little bit of a temper. He doesn't always come across the right way. So maybe he's just trying to protect himself. I don't know, but here's the one thing. He shouldn't be getting harassed in the first place.
Said he just kind of like mumbles and turns his back. So
yeah,
that's not the type of response that
is that what made you write the headline?
I would probably have, but again, it doesn't prove anything. It's just, there's a lot of, the red truck guy, what's going on with him. Also, Republican Representative Mike Waltz said that his motivation is still unknown, and then he's worried that a foreign entity or other third party.
What's the date on that? Okay, 22nd.
He could have been involved in the attack. Waltz queried how federal law enforcement can confidently say that Crooks was a lone wolf if they cannot or will not answer any other questions like how he had or why he had.
That in itself, that statement right there is a fallacy, right? Can you guys point out why? Waltz queried how federal law enforcement can confidently say Crooks was a lone wolf if they can't answer other questions. One thing doesn't have to do with the other. Like why he had multiple foreign encrypted messaging accounts. That doesn't necessarily have to do with the other thing, right? I guess it's an opinion, but it's like it's very shaky. It's close to the line if it's not a fallacy.
He had multiple foreign encrypted messaging accounts. His comments came after it was revealed that Iran was also plotting an attempt on the former president's life. There's more to it. There's a lot going on. Yeah, I mean, I would say, Crooks was able to create multiple different devices, detonators. Maybe he was using these various accounts just to, I don't know. People who.
I don't know. Are you using Occam's razor now?
Who are paranoid, or people just want a lot of security. They use Signal. They use Telegram. They want to use it to, we know
a lot of people.
Probably why he created it is so he could figure out how to build things that go boom.
And yes, there you go. We finally said it, but you won't. I mean, that makes the most sense, doesn't it? Right? To be off the radar when you're doing things that you don't want to get seen doing. Right? Doesn't mean you're talking to feds, but you just said that earlier in the same goddamn report. Right? So maybe this is just what he does. Like maybe this is just his style of grifting, and that's why he has a coffee company and millions of viewers, and he's got big name streamer co-hosts on his live stream, and he gets these great interviews, and he has all this money, right? Maybe that's what it is. He needs to manipulate people in order to get that, and that's just part of it. When he goes through and basically debunks his own video or debunks himself as he's going,
not get traced. Somebody showed him how to make those devices.
Somebody showed him. Somebody showed everybody something.
The other thing is, if you go back, I do want to mention, I think a fair point about Red Truck Guy. He could be like shell shocked. I mean, he's basically getting ran up on by a crazy person in public. So, I hope people, look, if he's involved or whatever, that's one thing.
You don't know.
But he could be acting totally, just shocked and like worried. And who is
there's
this guy?
That picture again. There's the pitch. There's the accurate picture of him now. When he did the crime, that was the day, right? That's what he looks like. But they're still trying to use this kid picture of him.
He could be acting totally, just shocked and
see. They're still using that kid picture of him. That's so lame.
Like worried, and who is this guy? And why does he know what kind of car I drive? And why does he have a camera in my face?
Right.
These are all like normal stuff.
Stuff. Yeah. But what's not normal is getting attacked with accusations about something like that, and getting roped into something that you weren't a part of. That's not normal, right? But when people go out there and grift a bunch of fucking bullshit conspiracy grifts, and this is what happens. We've seen it over and over and over and over again. From Sandy Hook to the Boston bombing, they were giving that kid Jeff Bauman lost his legs on the front page with bones of his legs hanging out from a bomb, and people were saying that he faked that, and they were harassing him and his family constantly, saying that he was part of some mass Hollywood production for what? To what avail? What came out of the Boston bombing? Right? To what? Why would they stage something like that? And it's like they harassed that kid who just lost his legs, right? And the kid's family who almost lost their son over this internet conspiracy grifting bullshit. That's the problem. And it makes all of us based fucking patriots look like shit. And it gives the establishment all the ammunition they need to keep people from waking up from their fucking slumber. And coming and finding good sources of information outside the establishment. You don't want to go out there. There's people like Jeremy out there that are, convinced that the shooter didn't act alone when it was obvious that he did. That he had some kind of Fed encrypted app talking to feds. Like, right? That's QAnon level shit. Right? They'll just put you in that bucket, and that'll be it. That's why it sucks.
Interestingly enough, there's been a new arrest. A U.S. man who wanted to remove Trump from the planet caught after manhunt. This is breaking news. Police have captured an Arizona man who wanted to remove Donald Trump from the planet after a manhunt that unfolded as the former president was visiting the border state. Police,
this is the most ADD report ever I've ever seen him do. He's jumped all the way across all of his titles, and now he's back around again.
State Ronald Lee Syverud of Cochise County made threats against Trump in social media posts over the last 2 weeks. He was in Cochise County on Thursday visiting the U.S. frontier with Mexico. Last month, Trump was grazed by a bullet, obviously. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office also said that he was wanting to fail to register as a diddler. Why do diddlers hate him? Oh, could it have something to do? Didn't Trump just propose a policy for the diddlers? Didn't he just propose capital punishment for diddlers? Am I not remembering that right? Maybe I'm not remembering that right. But even if I am remembering it right, interesting. And if I'm not remembering it right, I think I'm going to vote for the guy who the diddlers don't like. The The subject has been taken into custody without incident. I don't know what exactly, the posts were. We'll probably find out. A lot of people say a lot of unhinged things on the internet. You see, we appreciate all the information, incredible collaborative efforts with the public safety partners. His last known address was in Benson, Arizona. He was wanted on outstanding warrants from Wisconsin for DUI failure to appear, as well as Graham County, Arizona, for failing to register as a creepazoid. Trump still visited the border as planned because, of course, the amount of threats on Trump's life are going up. It seems practically exponentially at this point. It's something that we need to watch. It's something we need to be, cognizant of. And it's interesting to me. It's while a lot of the media has decided they want to move on from the story of what happened to Donald Trump on July 18th, I don't. There's obviously, in my opinion, a cover-up going on. In my opinion, there's a minimum of a lot of cover your own rear end going on.
Who's moved on? Who are you talking about? Who's moved on? The mainstream media, is that your only source of information, Jeremy? Like, you're acting like you're like some hero for still covering this when you're doing a fucking awful job. I like Jeremy. I wish him the best. His other stuff's good, but this stuff, he's doing a fucking awful job. Jeremy is the quartering. That guy in the corner right here. That's him. He makes a lot. He makes a lot of money on YouTube. Makes a lot of money. But I'll put him in good news sections. Like, he does some good stuff. He covers some decent stuff. His thing is like pop culture drama, right? Pop culture and internet drama. He's very good, entertaining, very good. When it comes to this shit, where you actually have to like have a logical kind of engineering kind of type brain, and you have to be meticulous, and you have to take your time and be patient, and you can't jump the shark, right? He sucks. Because he's a sensationalist, right? You can see by his headlines. That's what he does. Like, another. That's fine. I would capitalize words. Fine. Whatever. Right? But we're on the same, at the end of the day, we're on the same team right now. So, I'm just like I said, it's a peer review. I don't hate him. I'm not saying anything, but he needs to do better. That's what I always say with these guys. If they're in the degrifting section of this video, my video, all I always say is, guys, just do better. And what you need to do, Jeremy, is slow the fuck down. Stop thinking that you're doing something bigger than you are, right? Start looking at other people. Start looking at Jeff Ostros, body cam video analysis. Get your head out of your own ass and like look outside of the mainstream media for information. You're not doing anybody a favor by misleading them. He thinks it's a cover up. Yeah, of course there's going to be people. Everybody, in every investigation, there's going to be some CYA, some cover your ass, right? There's going to be some people trying to do it, but it usually doesn't work out too well for them, right? But they're going to do it. So what? But they're not covering anything else up. The information's coming out as it comes out. Okay, the kid's dead, right? He ain't coming back. Trump's alive. He's fine right now. Everything's fine, and no rush to information is going to make anything better. Why isn't this right now? Rah, rah, rah. Everybody's got this Hollywood movie fucking playing in their head. And that's not the way the real life works. And just shows that how consumed into entertainment media and just being fed information in this manner that people are these days. That and I say for each one of us out there, man, check yourself when you find yourself in that spot, right? I do it myself. I'm like, hold on. That's like, I'm imagine do the whole imagery test, right? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? The first image that pops in your mind. If it's a fucking movie, then you're referring to a movie as your archetype in a situation, as your go-to for information. Fiction does not get in. You can't use fiction. You can use it after the fact to illustrate the reality of things. Oh, it's like that movie, but you don't start with the movie first. Let me just type put stuff in. Oh yeah, here we go. I've hacked into the database. Yeah. These guys are just tippy top typing all the way through, and they're all of a sudden they're in the deep into the NSA and pulling all kinds of records. Well, here they already got this. That's not fucking real life, man. That's Hollywood, and you need to get out of it if you're going to be a realistic person in this world. Yeah, I understand the sensational titles. It's YouTube, but intentionally dishonest titles really annoy me. Me too, Lex. And that's really what I'm saying. That's really what I'm saying. And I'm not. I think that he can do better, or he can at least pick his topics better, right? That's all. That's all. But I do like his other stuff. But he's really just taking this big old shit when it comes to this.
And if they want me to believe that there's nothing like that going on, if they want me to believe that there is no cover up going on, then maybe release the information and stop trying to, cover your own rear ends.
That's not why they're not releasing the information, right? If there's some kind of cover up, whatever. I know we're used to it. I get the paranoia that's set in with them about it. I get it, right? But it's not one of those things. It's not one of those things. And they're not withholding it for any way, shape, or form because the information is getting out. We get the bottom cam footage out. Maybe like go outside the mainstream media. It's like, I don't understand people like him who are just like, I need the official story. When we can analyze body cam footage and we can go through and have conversations with logically based people and figure out what the fuck's going on here without jumping the goddamn shark. Right? Like he needs the establishment so bad. He needs the establishment media so bad to make him feel better about this. I don't understand it. For somebody who supposedly is out there, supposedly, as a counter to the mainstream media, because they don't tell you everything. He sure is dependent on their fucking official story. Please tell me. I need it. Why don't you figure it out? I guarantee you we'll probably figure out what these encrypted apps are about long before, and like 2 weeks later, he'll like bring it up. Oh, well, big news today, it'll already be done by the time he figures it out. It'll have been around the internet and back, and it won't be any big deal. It'll just be like, he was trying to buy things that he didn't want to be traced for buying. Right. And so, yeah,
I hope that Trump stays safe. I truly do. And I do worry for him because there are a lot of unhinged lunatics out there, stuff that Kamala Harris just doesn't have to worry about on the campaign trail. The media doesn't seem to care, and our law enforcement doesn't seem to care anymore either, though.
It doesn't seem to. And I tell you what, we can agree on one thing. Let's just leave it at we hope Trump will be safe throughout. And I think that, well, what we saw today was that we are. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm getting some lag here. Sorry, I had to deal with something really quick. I'm back. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. Yeah, we can agree. Let's just hope nothing happens to Trump. I think that they are, given the things that we've seen through this report, that they are taking it. They are ramping things up, and they're making sure he's more secure. They're taking him out of situations, even if they're not as threatening as they may have seemed in the past, like today in Arizona and whatever else. Right? They had a reason to get him out of there, and they did it. They didn't hesitate. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it wasn't what it was. But maybe there's being extra careful now because they realize that they've gotten some holes in their processes and that need to be filled. Oh, look, we can't be surprised that the Secret Service or any government agency right now in any way, shape, or form or level isn't suffering, right? Dude, corruption corrupts throughout. So, we have this corrupt establishment running things, right? And who doesn't give a fuck, who has a different set of standards for quality. And we're surprised that that they have policy, procedure problems and competency problems. The entire administration's incompetent. They've been fucking up everything since day one. And we're surprised at this. Oh my God. Oh, holy crap. Dude, I worried about that. I worry about much more than just the Secret Service being corrupt. There's all kinds of places that are corrupt right now because corruption hires corruption and corruption spreads, corruption rots and destroys everything. Right. And it just gets worse over time. That's why we're here fighting right now for what we're fighting for, to end the corruption. Right. Not just now, but on a generational scale. And that's the next step. But we have to get the first step down, right? And that is regain power, get back on track politically. And then we can start, through good people like RFK Jr. and others, right? Start fixing the freaking root cause issues. And that's what we're trying to do here. And I appreciate each and every one of you being here for that this evening. And every time you're here, it means a lot to me. Thank you so much for being part of the base crowd. You are part of the solution. You are here. I will be back Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern for Shelly updates on her big move. Shelly's big move is happening. Of course, we'll be doing Winning Saturday Night with good news of the week and funny videos and whatever else I come up with. But, you know, we'll be waiting for Shelly to come online there from her new place. Everybody, it's her last night in New Jersey. It's a big deal. The third seal has been undone. So things are going in the right direction. Shelly left Jersey. That's the third seal. That's one of the big things where it's like waiting for the next 4 or 5. The other seals to break, right? And then everything will be great. Everything will be great. All right, let's get out of here, man. Thank you guys for hanging with me this evening. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel. And thank you to Daisy Girl Williams for popping in here and saying hello at the end. Dang, I just woke up about 5 minutes behind. I had a bad dream fussing about the Bible verses with a cousin I had not seen in years in Pennsylvania. The PA part was Shelly's fault. Otherwise, wouldn't including. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'll see you Saturday night. X, Rumble, and YouTube. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on the way out the door. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. And until next time, everybody stay based and keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.